Good morning, everyone. As we see the attendance number change, I will repost the attendance link in our resources because people who come in after I've posted them can't see what was in the chat box before they entered. So welcome. We do have Rebecca Estock who will be joining us later. She's actually in DC right now, so I'm not sure what time she's able to join us, but she'll be coming in and out and supporting me throughout the day. I do have a quote there from John Alexander, who used to be the head of school of Chartwell, which is the school where I started my career. He then went to work with Groves Academy in Minnesota. They're both schools for kids with dyslexia. And I think he's now the executive director there. But it really goes along with what I say all the time now. It's really become my mantra. I think this year more than most is teaching reading through writing. That spelling instruction is a way to understand language. And for those of you who are watching some of the videos we had going this morning, you can really see that we get into understanding language through understanding the way it is written. And that is how we also remember best when it comes to language. So as we start in, I just have a few Zoom tips for everyone and requests. Good morning, Yoshi from Othello. I will fix yours for you. I do ask that everyone rename so that you can that we can have your district name as well. And so you can see to do that, you click on participants, find your name, and then you go to next to where it says more. One of the options is to rename. And so let's see, that was Yoshi. Let me see if I can find out. I have to go to the participants list and I can fix you. So if you can't fix it yourself, put it into the chat and I will go ahead and try to multitask and do that as we go along as well. It's just helpful for us to know where you come from. It gives us some context as we talk to each other. You are also all muted upon entry. And if you unmute, feel free to unmute at any time to contribute. I'd like this to be as interactive as possible, to be more like a real class. I'm sorry, with the more for those of you who teach online, it is a real class. So the unmute option is there. Please feel free to use it. Also to raise your hand, you go find the reactions button and you'll see the raise hand option there. A couple tips with that though is I haven't yet figured out how to take this feature off. If you use any of these buttons, you actually have to unclick it yourself. They don't disappear. These ones will fade away. The raised hand you could lower or I can lower, and Rebecca will be able to when she comes in as well. But these ones you have to actually unclick, so I don't actually use those very much. And so what you saw me doing is those view options. The view options, you can have us along the top, along the side. You can have to focus on the speaker. You can also grab the divider between the shared screen and the pictures, and you can move it so you can have focus on the people or the content. And that's also where you'll find this annotation you see me writing with. If you click the view options, annotate is one of the options, and we will be using that to write on the screen and engage with each other and the content. And so when you click annotate, you get a toolbar that looks like this. And what I'm working with is only if you are sharing screen. Under the arrow, there's another option that's a disappearing pencil, I think it's called a vanishing pen, which you can use if you're sharing screen. But there'll be opportunities to stamp, you can draw on the screen, and then you can also use this to change the color of whatever you are writing with. And actually, the reason why I did that is because we're going to start with a warm-up where I'm going to invite you to write on the screen, or you can put it into the chat box. Our warm-up today is going to be matching some terms. So if for those of you who took any of my classes in the past school year, this will be some review. There are review words that we're going to be talking about today. So I just want you to give this a try to write your answers on a piece of paper or on the chat box, or annotate by drawing a line from one to the next. I can see Angela's starting. So we'll go ahead and give this as a warm-up as we get started. Carolyn, if you don't see it under view options, that's interesting. So somebody who is using it, can you tell us where it might also be? If you hover over my shared screen, there might be a little green pencil that pops up. Let's see who's using it. Bethany, can you tell us how you found your annotation? Because it might have changed. Zoom changes things all the time. I just had an update.
Hi, this is Tina. I think you need to get out of full screen view and then under the view options, then it'll be there. But once it's in full screen, it kind of doesn't allow you to see that.
Thank you. I think also, I'm not sure if I don't think phones have that option. Although a lot of people are saying, yes, okay, I know the blends. That's the one people are most confident of. It's fun to see all the different colors coming in. Quadrigraph is pretty strong. No problem, Tiffany. I like to have lots of opportunities and for people to engage in different ways. All right, looks like everything's gotten a connection. Good morning, Jan. Actually, the attendance, I have to repost for us. Interesting. I apologize for those of you who can't annotate, but hopefully you'll be able to at least unmute and engage in that way. So for people who just came in, I'm going to put the attendance link and our resources back in as we're doing this. All right, and I'll also pull up, you can continue trying if you want, but I'll pull up our answers as we go through, if they can be seen. So those of you, looks like everyone got the consonant suffix, and we have IGH as, I'm trying to see where that's going to, the trigraph, 3 letters that represent one sound. Notice I'm even trying to shift my language to instead, because letters don't actually make sounds. I've heard some people say that 3 letters that spell a sound, 3 letters that represent a sound, different words that we can use to support that are accurate. We have port here next, number 6, a free morpheme that can stand alone versus, let's see what's the next one that comes up here. They're all coming up in order. I'll just put them all up because I think that we are all getting them right. All right, so we have number 3, our ow, ow, oi, and ooh, and so all those would be your diphthongs. Most people are going to make it a different color, but to make mine stand out a little bit more. That's a hard call on this one. We have our blends, we have our quadrigraph, we already talked about port, struct, a morpheme that can't stand alone. The ET in met is a rhyme, the M in met is the onset, IST is a vowel suffix. It's a suffix that starts with a vowel versus FUL is a consonant suffix, a suffix that starts with a consonant. All right, lots of great attendance. I mean, sorry, I got distracted by seeing Jen's question about attendance. Lots of great engagement already. Let me put it in the attendance link for those people who came in late. There is an attendance form. You only need to sign it once, but it does. That is what will be your indication, because sometimes things don't always match. All right, so I'm going to clear all that off and move on to, oops, I had one last place. Move on to our just introductory pieces. During these, feel free to add in any resources or suggestions or context or comments. We always start with a land acknowledgement, recognizing that my region anyway, in ESD 113, we are on the traditional lands of the Nisqually, Cowlitz, and Puget Sound Salish people. I have some resources to put into the chat box for you on that. You may also share your own place where you are if you have an acknowledgement, or resources to share with the group as well. And I'm grabbing my original attendance link again in case anyone needs that. Thank you, Elizabeth. We also recognize and want to call out the racial injustice from over 400 years of racism in the United States and its effects and the pain and trauma that it has caused. And it's a pledge to stand with our communities of color, especially those who identify as and or categorized as African American. It's a commitment to leading with racial equity. We offer a moment of silence and honor the space for people from communities of color to respond to this acknowledgement first. I have put in a couple of resources into the chat, and it's an invitation for accountability and partnership. Thank you. And last, with the introductory pieces, I start with the teaching and learning beliefs of my agency. I invite you to put a stamp or put into the chat box something that really speaks to you, and or perhaps an area of focus that really resonates, that you'd like to focus on or that you appreciate. You could see I changed colors of the words that really stood out to me in each of our list of beliefs. Our communications people made me some icons. The building relationships one I see people focusing on, it used to say building relationships with students impacts positive change, but I took that off because all of these relationships are important. Yes, our relationships with our students are important, but so are our relationships with each other and with our communities, with our families, with our co-teachers, with our administrators, with our paraprofessionals. All of those relationships are key in order for us to make positive change. And I love the active engagement, the rigorous data-based curriculum, the growth mindset. I mean, I was just presenting a few days ago at WASA AWSP, and I always bring books for people to explore. And I said, a lot of these came from my pile of books that I haven't finished yet. Hence, that growth mindset is really the continual learning for all of us. So thank you for sharing. I'm going to put back in, I think, the attendance link and resources for people who've come in since I posted them last. I'll give you another moment to add your contributions. I definitely love, especially the all students can learn. Do we really believe that? And do we really emphasize that? And then do we act upon our beliefs? So thank you. All righty. So we're going to jump in. One of the things as we get into this, I do want to acknowledge. I'm going to go ahead and clear this off. And as we jump in, I want to acknowledge and recognize, most importantly of this list, and so these are what some people call norms. I struggle with that term because I want to normalize differences. And I know that normal is not necessarily the goal. The goal is the beautiful variety of our life. But I think that these are some important things to remember, that especially in a large group like this, we have almost 100 people. We had over 200 sign up. So I know that this time of year, you never know how many are going to actually come, but also people want clock hours just before the end of June. That we have a really heterogeneous group. And so while that warm up may have had some familiar and unfamiliar terms, it's going to be a variety for everyone in this group. So actually, I just remembered I have my video on and virtual background. I'm going to take that off because I talk with my hands. So hence, the little one at the bottom right hand that people are starring, giving each other and ourselves grace, I think is one of the most important things that are on this list. That we come from different backgrounds, we come from different perspectives, and we have different places we're at different places in our learning. And all of that is valid. And the fact that we are moving forward all together and learning from each other is a fantastic opportunity for us to learn from each other as well. So that is the most important one, but also the non-judgment zone, that we recognize that we come from different places and that it's all okay. And the speaking your truth, I also sometimes change that to share openly. We can't learn from each other if we don't hear from each other. So please share, please, especially in our breakout rooms, talk to each other. Let you explore this together, because as one of my Slingerland mentors said, we verbalize to internalize. We kind of process orally. Learning is a social activity. So hence the engagement, expecting and accepting non-closures, because this is only 6 hours of, if we think about orthography, we're going to be talking about sound symbol correspondences. We're going to be talking about syllabification. We're going to be talking about morphology. I have a 6-hour class on each of those. And even then I feel like I'm packing so much into those 6 hours. So this today is a really packed introduction to those 3 topics. So again, thank you for the contributions. You noticed, I'm sure already, that this little symbol up in the top, let me get my thing here. This little symbol is an opportunity to engage. So whether it be annotating or into the chat box, or an opportunity to go into our breakout rooms to talk as well. Michelle's asked if we're going to be going all the way to 4. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, I'm going to clear all that off. I've already mentioned this a little bit, so I'll do that quickly. Oh, we have a Jamboard. I haven't opened that yet. So I'm going to, I don't know where that came from. So I'm going to put the Jamboard into the chat box for us. And I'm going to also open it up so that I can share how to use Jamboard for those of you who can. Those of you who can't, you can put things into the chat box or engage with Jamboard in your small groups and events. So I'm going to put the Jamboard up here for us and illustrate how it's used as an engagement tool. I didn't have it open already, my apologies. So the first frame just is a reminder. This is for this particular class. It looks like our title slide. And then we use these little arrows up at the top. Of course, there we go. Now, if we do have way too many people, if we don't, this is a parking lot. So if you can't get in now, because sometimes Jamboards ironically jam if you have too many people, you can just come into it later. You can come in and out of it, and that might be helpful for everyone. So there's a parking lot for ideas or questions that you want to draw attention to at some point. There's also a map for you can tell us where you're from. So the way to do this is you'll notice this toolbar on the left. You create a sticky note, you write on it. You can hit enter. If you don't want to make any more, cancel that. And then you can grab your sticky note and move it to wherever you are. We'll be talking about some introductions in a moment, and I'm here in the Olympia region, Olympia Tumwater. And you'll notice they all end up in the same place. You'll want to just move it around because that's where they automatically start. Okay. The attendance link didn't open for someone. If the attendance link isn't opening for you and you're having any problems, I'm going to put my email into the chat box and you can send me a message that way. Because if it's in here, we can only hope that I can save the chat. Sometimes we have those. No problem, Sarah. Come, like I said, everyone come in and out. So then there will be some other slides later on that we'll be engaging with in some of our activities. But these first 3 are the only ones that we wanted to jump into now. I'll go ahead and take that one off. So I think you meant it on the frame 3 with the map. Okay, so those are ways to engage and connect. No problem, just come in and out. These are the goals that we're paying attention to today. These are what I put into PD Enroller. We'll be talking, as I mentioned earlier, sound symbol correspondences, looking at the most common correspondences and spellings of those 44 sounds of English. We'll be looking at syllable types and ways to divide words into syllables. And we'll be looking at including some historical and linguistic explanations, which we saw some of those in the videos we were watching earlier. And then we'll be talking about morphological features and how they interact with orthography and phonology. It's a lot for one day, but we're going to try to kind of do it in that order. We're going to start with a little bit of an introduction, understanding dyslexia and structured literacy instruction as a whole. I hope I've put in my new graphic on structured literacy instruction. If not, I will make sure I put it in later. I'll also put that on our tinyurl.com. I can take a picture of it and put it in there. And I'll share the resources that go to, we have a new structured literacy overview from OSPI that I'll make sure is referenced. I'm not sure if I had it last time I taught this, but I'll put that in. I will get attendance in there again for people. And also here's our resource that I'm referring to here as well. So you'll notice that there aren't times here because I do my best about time. I used to say time is when I'm not really good at judging time. I am getting better about that. So, but it depends on the group and how much the group really needs to focus on different concepts. So this is the flow of the content, again, going with the sound symbols correspondences to the syllables to the morphology. But these are the times that we have set aside. I did plan in 2 15-minute breaks and an hour lunch. However, I am open to the group and whether or not the group wants to change it to a half-hour lunch instead of a full hour and finishing at 3:30 instead of 4. So if is anyone in this group who really feels strongly that yes, they would prefer to finish at 3:30 instead of 4, please put it into the chat. If there's anyone who can't do that because they need this to be the schedule, please put that in the chat as well. If you don't care, you don't have to put anything in. I'm seeing, okay, a lot of people are saying that they want to do half-hour lunch and finish at 3:30. Is there anyone who can't? Okay, looks like that is what we're doing, half-hour lunches. I'm seeing into the chat. And if you needed that hour lunch, we will be recording it so that you can you'll be able to access that later. Okay, so in that case, then I do have a new slide with alternate times for us. Here we go. If you want to take a screenshot or write that down, I do have it on a sticky here for me to reference as well. So those will be the times of our days. Okay, so that changes it to a half-hour lunch, 11:45 to 12:15. And we'll be finishing at 3:30 instead of 4 o'clock, which is great because I'm driving down to Vancouver afterwards. All right, so speaking of, let's start with some introductions. I did share you into the Jamboard. No problem, Eileen. But I also invite you to put something into the chat, go into the Jamboard, take a moment to scroll through. You may, like me, only get to see a few people at a time. As I'm sharing, use your little arrow and see where the rest of our participants are coming from. I can arrow through and see. Thank you, Angie. Good morning. Oh, it looks lovely wherever you are. So nice and some sunshine on you. Good morning, Andrea from Lakewood. I love that I can see everyone's where you are from as well. So hi, Jill. So good morning, Buffy. It's fun seeing some familiar faces. For those of you who don't know me, and actually sometimes I do a poll to see if there's anybody who's ever had any classes with me. So let me see this one, I think. New with us today. Yes, I'll launch that one as I'm sharing. So I have, where to start? Well, I'll start at the beginning, which is Chartwell, the little place. Oh, I'm seeing lots of new people. So I'll go ahead and stop that. Fantastic. It's wonderful seeing how many new faces. And that, well, I'll leave that poll going. So since we have so many new faces, I'm going to start at the beginning. And that beginning for me was Chartwell. That was where it started me really on the journey where I am today. Although, to be honest, that really wasn't the beginning. I thought I was going to be a high school English teacher. And in my program, Secondary Ed English Bachelor's in New York, I had to have a class in linguistics, which I look back now and think, who thinks a high school English teacher needs to know linguistics? And I am misspeaking. My brain is going too quickly. My apologies. It wasn't linguistics, it was phonetics. So even more specific than broadly linguistics, I had to understand phonemes and the individual sounds of our language. And it was an entire semester on phonetics. So again, who thinks a high school teacher needs to know that? Luckily, my program did. And it really started me on the path to understanding literacy and how we learn to read. I went on to do a master's in teaching English to speakers of other languages with a Peace Corps experience. I taught English in Morocco. And when I came back, I wasn't sure where to go. I had my plans to change. I was going to go back to back east, and that ended up not happening, and for various personal reasons. But I found Chartwell, which was a school in California for kids with dyslexia. And it opened my eyes and my heart to the strengths and struggles of these students. And it also taught me that dyslexia is extremely heritable and that it's in my family. Well, it didn't teach me that, but I learned it subsequently. So between 10 years later, this young woman was born, my second child, and that was one where I had watched both of my kids really closely because like I said, I had learned it's in my family. I don't know if you can see her t-shirt says dyslexia is my superpower. So while I started out as a teacher and then became a professor of special education, I then became a parent, and I've been subsequently on both sides of the IEP table, both sides of the 504 table. I think that it's made me a better educator, knowing the strengths and the struggles and the joys and the challenges that an individual goes through as they're learning to read and write, my own children. So hence some of the other influences. I was on the board of Decoding Dyslexia when I was in Oregon. I've been on the board, 2 boards, both in Oregon and Washington, the International Dyslexia Association. And I'm thrilled to be here. I've been with ESD 113 for almost 7 years. And so welcome to all of you. I look forward to reading what comes into the chat, and as well as going through and seeing your pictures and putting a little face to the name as well. So as we go through, I'm going to clear off those and start jumping into dyslexia and structured literacy instruction. And we'll give you a chance to talk to each other soon. So we're going to start with, as I mentioned, strengths and struggles. When we think about literacy, we need to think about 2 strands. And this is something I've been talking more about. And actually, I was having a standards conversation yesterday and saying, okay, yes, there's an acknowledgement that the Common Core state standards, especially for ELA, there are so many. And I said, well, could we just kind of narrow it down to what are the things we need to understand for language comprehension? And what do we need to know for word reading? Because that's what's called the simple view of reading. I'm going to make sure that everyone's muted. Feel free to stay unmuted if there isn't background noise, but if there is, I'll make sure to help mute that so it's not distracting to people. So this is what's called the simple view of reading, and I think we'll be addressing it later, but it's basically that in order to understand what you're reading, you need to be able to understand the words if someone read it to you. This is your oral language comprehension, and you need to translate those squiggles and lines into what those words are. So that's the individual word reading piece. And when you are strong at both of those, notice I made purple, red and blue make purple, that's your typical or your skilled reader. If I'm struggling though with my word reading, but I can understand the words themselves, that's what we usually call a dyslexic reader, or sometimes David Kilpatrick has used the term compensator for individuals who maybe they struggle in a way that may sometimes be hidden. They have really good compensation skills. For example, you may have a young child who is great auditorily, and they hear the conversations, they understand. In fact, I used to think that dyslexia missed me, but then I look back and I remember my high school years, and I never read the books, but I got great grades in English because I could be a part of the conversation. I just picked it up really well. So I think there was some compensation going on. That even though reading seemed easy for me, it really wasn't until college that I did a lot of reading. I loved all my literature courses. But at the same time, I realized, especially in my master's, that I did need support. And I did need, by support, when there was a huge volume of reading, my colleagues and I would share it. And I would read a section and highlight, they would read a section and highlight, and we'd trade, just because sometimes that volume can be really overwhelming for somebody who's struggling to get the words off as quickly as others. And so that would be one of a compensator, someone who I actually call those dyslexic, because really this is the area of weakness is in the individual word reading, not the language comprehension piece. because I have so many people and so many things coming into the chat, and I don't have Rebecca yet. If there's something that somebody needs to stop me with and have a question, please raise your hand or just unmute, because I'm trying to juggle all these pieces together. So then, yes, it is possible to, as this is a grid, have somebody who is strong in the word reading, but weaker in the language comprehension. Hence, I made that the blue over there. We call that hyperlexic. That's a comprehension deficit. Very often, this might be our kids with autism or a nonverbal learning disability, where language comprehension is great. Orally, they're great. Sorry, Mr. the other way around. They can read the words on the text, but they struggle with understanding. And this might be our second language learners as well. Maybe they don't know the vocabulary. Maybe they don't know the grammatical structures. Maybe they don't have the background on knowledge. I had one student who was actually in this lower, where she struggled both with getting the words out of the page. She was in a school for kids with dyslexia, but she also really struggled with language comprehension. She was down here in this lower box. And she didn't understand that if you had an illustrated book, that the girl on this illustration was the same girl as on this illustration. So we had a lot of work to do with her. She was in 5th grade and couldn't go see Piglet's Great Adventure because it was too hard for her to follow. So she was working with a speech and language pathologist, not for the articulation, but for the language piece, that language comprehension that, that so often people don't think about the speech and language pathologist working with, but they do as well. So she was really working on understanding language and how things are connected. So she was this mixed reading difficulty. But I added emergent readers here because people say, well, what about your kids who are still building both? And that's, of course, what we do as we learn to read. Okay, so now I'll take a moment to look into the chat box. Yes, most of your newcomers are weak in both areas. That's why I've recently added this, because so often people look at it as when kids struggle. Well, those are your older kids. Your younger kids are emerging in both of those areas, aren't they? English language learners are often in the blue. Yes, exactly. We need both the comprehension as well as the learning, the word reading themselves. Okay, so we're going to go into that and get into dyslexia a little bit more, starting with the definition that was adopted in Washington in 2018. So hence, when you see this logo, these are slides that were created with OSPI. And the engagement piece here is, after I read each sentence, feel free to underline or highlight keywords or phrases that stand out to you. You can also put things into the chat box. So this was the definition that was adopted here in Washington, 2018. Dyslexia means a specific learning disorder that is neurological in origin and that is characterized by unexpected difficulties with accurate or fluent word recognition, so your decoding and your fluency, and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. To me, that's a little redundant, but I didn't write the definition, that are not consistent with the person's intelligence, motivation, and sensory capabilities. Sometimes redundancy is good, though, right? It really stresses home a point. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological components of language. This is your ability to understand the sounds. Remember, I mentioned how I had to learn phonology in my secondary ed English courses. It's that phonological component of language that is the glitch, that's the struggle for our kids with dyslexia. That's often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities. In addition, the difficulties are not typically a result of ineffective classroom instruction, and secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduced reading experience. If it's something you struggle with, you kind of avoid it, right? And that can impede the growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. Because as you know, we need vocabulary and background knowledge to understand what we're reading, but we also gain so much of it through our reading. So it becomes this vicious cycle, something that you may have heard referred to as the Matthew effect, that if you can do it, you do it and get better. And if you can't, you struggle and you don't get better. That's why. Someone's added into the chat, research indicates some bilingual learners can be present. Yes, of course. And it all depends on, it's very complicated. It's a complicated relationship between the language and the reader. So I don't see any highlights or draw out, but I will draw a couple of things that people often ask me about. Number one is the word disorder. Why the word disorder and not disability? And while when I look at the WACs for special education, I find the terms disorder, disability, and impairment really interchangeable. It seems to be without rhyme or reason. However, I had a colleague point out the appreciation for the word disorder as a broader spectrum than disability that may or may not be severe enough to be considered a disability. So I appreciate that. Neurological, like you can see, I changed the color on that one. It's just basically that it is in the brain. When we do brain scans, we can see differences in people who can read individual words without a struggle. There is a part of our brain that is only activated in individuals who can read. In individuals who are not literate, it is not activated. And so this is a definitely a brain difference, and they can actually see it in utero, in brains. It's this risk for dyslexia. I love the love for the not consistent. It has nothing to do with vision. The American Pediatric Association has said many, many times, this has nothing to do with vision. That's the sensory capabilities piece. Also, it doesn't have anything to do with IQ. You see it across all ranges, not having to do with some of those as well. Okay. So that's sitting with that for a moment. I'm going to clear all that off and show you another way of looking at this instead of in words, in, I guess you could call this an infographic. Because you look at the deficit, I'll draw some lines on this. If we notice here that deficit in the phonological component, you can see here it's affecting our ability to decode, to figure out what those words are, to spell, so going the opposite direction, to do those with accuracy, and to do them fluently with automaticity. My struggles, or our individuals with dyslexia, the struggles with those affect reading comprehension and reading experience. My lower reading experience affects my ability to gain my vocabulary and background knowledge, which in turn goes back to affecting my comprehension. So this comes from the International Dyslexia Association. I was considering skipping this one, but I do want to address this is actually because of the chat that came in. Marty had mentioned that it is in different languages. This is in English, what you're seeing in front of you, but Marianne Wolf, who this is from Wolf, and she's also done a lot of research with Bowers. I think it was Pete Bowers, or there's another Bowers as well. They found that about a quarter of English-speaking poor readers had only these phonological deficits. They struggle with the sounds of language. Whereas another about 20%, just under 20%, struggle with only fluency deficit. So this is the group that fluency deficit is much larger in more transparent languages like German and Spanish. So this profile would look different in the different languages, because for them, it's not a matter of the sounds in our language and how to translate them to the decoding, but it's how rapidly you do that. And this what, when we do a rapid automatized naming assessment, this is what we're looking at, is a fluency deficit. How quickly can I retrieve the name of something I already know? So that's that fluency deficit. Notice this big green piece though, this dual deficit means both struggle with phonology and a struggle with fluency. So we kind of take these two put together and it becomes this dual deficit. And then we have, luckily, a small population that has the phonology and the fluency and struggling with short-term memory. So you can see it can be very complex in how that phonological deficit affects our students and their strengths and their struggles and their needs. Okay, so I'm going to put us into chat box. I mean, that's not, I saw something coming in. Angela asks, if brain markers can be detected in utero, why are parents being told it's too early to tell and up to second and third grade? This is something we are trying to change, Angela. That's why we have the new law that got put in. We're looking at screening in kindergarten, first and second. In fact, when I was at AWSP in Wausau, we shared a video from Nadine Gabb, who is the one who's doing that, those brain markers detecting in utero, saying we need to be preventing these strengths, preventing the struggles, and identifying as early as possible. She's created a screen daughter, see, this is what happens when I read too. So screen daughter, I saw the word granddaughter in the chat. She's created a screener for preschool that is on an iPad, it's gamified, but we are saying kindergarten, really, it's preschool, kindergarten, K1, second and third grade is actually later than you really want to be doing. So we're working on changing that perspective, Angela. Okay, go ahead, Tina, while I'm making the chat box, the breakout rooms, I'm going to pause. I'll not pause recording until after your question or comment. Go ahead.
So that category on infographic about Duo Plus and short-term memory also being an issue, is that percentage attributed to just the memory deficit? Is it just kids with dyslexia? Or are they considering other overlapping disabilities like ADHD and that sort of thing?
Yes. And ADHD is extremely highly overlapping. It's between 50 and 70%, depending on which overlap you're looking at. And that would be my assumption. Yes, I'd have to go back to that study and look more deeply. But yes, it's definitely looking at all those other pieces as well. Other things before we go into breakout rooms. Thank you, Tina. I'm going to go ahead and lower your hand.
Can we see the definition of dyslexia one more time before we go in the room?
Do you want words or image? And I can actually post it as you're talking too. The words or the graphic?
Either.
Okay, I'll put the words up. It gives you a little bit more to chew on as you're talking. Thank you, Danielle, for helping us with the Jamboard. All right, so I'm making 20 breakout rooms, which means there will be 4 to 5 people in a room. If you're in a room and there aren't people to talk to because they have stepped away, please come back, let me know, and I will rearrange things. So let me pause the recording because sometimes some great teachable moments come out through these conversations, and that's an opportunity for us to learn from each other as well. So at this point, I will have, I'm not mute. Am I muted, Erin? Okay, must be whoever put that into the chat box. You might need to log out and come back in. I don't know what's going on, but you can hear me. Thank you for the thumbs up, Erin. You're one of the, I love how I can only see 6 people at a time, but so thankfully it was one who was actually giving me a thumbs up. So let's hear from a couple of groups. What are some of the things you talk about? What were some of the connections you made or students you thought about? Again, remember, as I said, we verbalize to internalize. So sometimes the verbal processing and discussion helps that. So what's something you had a conversation about, or what was discussed in your room that you'd like to share? You can either unmute or raise your electronic hand.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Angie.
We discussed, all of us, some were talking about the deciphering between ELL, second language, is it dyslexic, is it second language? We discussed that all of us are there to learn more about this because we don't feel like we have enough knowledge. But one big question came up was of us that have a little background. Even in this new screening that has been mandated by the states, in certain states, to screen for dyslexia as starting in kindergarten, why is it that schools cannot diagnose dyslexia and that parents have to go outside and get a psychological evaluation for it to actually show up on an IEP? Otherwise, it's just listed as a specific learning disorder. And then we as teachers and parapros who are helping these kids have no idea that it's actually dyslexia. And then you aren't really using the things that you're supposed to be using to help the child gain the skills that they need. And for me, it's been super frustrating. I am now on joining boards and doing all the things that I can, but I don't know if you have something else that I haven't heard or we haven't heard.
You
about
could see my vehement reactions, right? So Angie, this is something we are trying to adjust as we are fixing and reworking on the guidance that came out last year, and something we really want to make sure is evident. In fact, we've been working with the special education team at OSPI to work on the language of, you do not need a diagnosis of anything to get a 504 or an IEP. So we need to stop, and that's something I emphasized at AWSP and WASA. I'll be emphasizing at MTSS Fest. We need to stop saying you need to go outside and get a diagnosis, because number one, you don't need a diagnosis to get services, to get a 504, to get an IEP, to get these preventative services, to get tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We don't need a diagnosis. So your first question of, why can't schools do it? They can. They don't like to, because they don't feel like they aren't prepared. They don't have the knowledge and background. They may or may not. Some school psychs do and some school psychs don't. And so that really is up to that team and whether or not they have that capability. However, what they can do is identify and recognize, and they can put dyslexia into the IEP as an example. If you look at the definition of specific learning disability, dyslexia is listed there. Dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia, they are all listed as types of specific learning disabilities. So they do qualify it under SLD, specific learning disability, with the specific, and then when you can dive in and say specifically, this is dyslexia. We put it into the present levels. We put it, this is where we can have that definition of what we see as the strengths and struggles of that student. And do we have to put it on? No. Does it help? It may. And frankly, as a parent, I have it on my kid's IEP. And when they said they put in that she had a medical diagnosis, no, she doesn't. I've done the assessment. I've done the testing. I know my daughter has dyslexia. There's no question in my mind. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because you as a school can see through your assessments the strengths and struggles. And when I tell school districts who say, oh, well, they have to go and get a diagnosis, number one, no. But number two, the tests that they're going to do are the same tests that you do at the school. They do an achievement test. They do the psychological test. They do the CTOP like our SLP friends do. So in fact, we've got Jill here with us. So I actually have presented with speech and language pathologists from school districts. We can identify and we can see this. And one of the stresses that I'm trying to say is we need to see it as a descriptive term rather than a diagnostic term. I hope all that helped, Angie. I see some things coming into chat as well. Yes, thank you, Kelly Jo. Proper intervention is essential. Don't need that diagnosis. And if we tell schools that you need to go to a doctor for something, you better be prepared to pay for it. So let's just take care of it, because it really is an educational issue. It's not a medical issue. Sarah, did you have that same question? I saw your hand up.
Oh, no, our group was just talking about, one of our members is a lap para, and we were talking about, that it's so exciting that we're starting with the screenings, but wanting to make sure that, are we just doing the screening and then like, great, now we know this, but what's the next step? And how long is it going to take those next steps to roll out, and to have the rollout go beyond reading specialists and lap and title teachers? Because I was expressing that as a classroom teacher, there's a definite disconnect between what my trainings are and what the lap instructors receive. And so it's really hard for me to support my students in class because I don't have those same trainings. And I'm also not super aware of the things that they're working on out there with my individual kids. And so we need to come up with a more cohesive strategy as a building and as a district, so that everyone is on the same page for supporting these students.
That is exactly what we are advocating, Sarah, is that we are advocating for a unified system. And so I don't know if you're aware of the new guidance that we released last June. I'll get the link for it. Well, we'll go ahead and reload that. But if you just go tinyurl.com about OSPI about dyslexia, I'll put it in for everyone can see me do it. tinyurl.com. OSPI about dyslexia. There it is right there. It takes you to the dyslexia webpage at OSPI. And yes, yes, definitely. This is why I do what I do. This is why my classes are free, Al. I'm saying something, we need more trainings. So here is the new guidance that came out. I'll put it into the chat box. And in that, Sarah and Angie, we are really stressing that unified system for all tiers of instruction, because we've heard both ways, Sarah, where the gen ed teachers are really learning about the science of reading and structured literacy and how to help create this strong foundation. And then the title app people come in and tell the kids to look at the pictures and guess. And we've heard the opposite, like you. I mean, so we're really emphasizing an aligned system where everyone's on the same page. And we are using the same language, we are understanding, and we're looking at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, special ed, everybody's aligned. And that is a message that we are really, really trying to emphasize. It's not an easy place. And I also, since I'm here, I'll also share that this is where you'll be able to get free asynchronous courses here. I'll put this link in as well. And because our Glean education bundle will continue to be free. I'm glad I shared it with you, Eileen. These are free classes that are all, I think it's 18 hours worth. And for those of you who aren't school psychologists, I still encourage you, if you've done this Understanding Dyslexia Dysgraphia course, this one just goes deeper into dyslexia. So it's not just for school psychs. It's an open one to everyone. Additionally, you'll see a link to all of my classes. Unfortunately, this one is just this current year. So I think this current class you're in right now is the last one that's listed. But when I do have the new 23-24 dates created, it will be listed on the same place on the post on this page. So thank you, though, for everyone. I appreciate that. Places where you can continue to learn more. Okay, is there one last thing from your discussion that we haven't touched on that we wanted to share before jumping into further stuff?
Yeah, my group, we discussed, first off, I put it in chat, but we discussed one, they were happy, my group was happy that we are getting more training on dyslexia because it has not been clear.
Mhm.
The other thing is and I looked up a video, but because we're talking about the, I don't want to say symptoms, but what dyslexia is. And it does mimic a lot of things that you do see when you are a reading specialist. And when you're trying to teach students how to read.
Yes.
And so that's one thing. But the other thing is the why, the physical reason. What are students seeing that they're lacking in this area? That's one thing I wanna know, because when I looked up autism and I was teaching students about autism, I found this really cool video that really showed what autistic students may see. That's the reason why they are being impaired in certain areas. So what is it that students are seeing or experiencing that they are lacking in, or I don't want to say lacking in these areas, but that they need more
What does it feel like for them?
support? Pardon?
What does it feel like for them?
Feel like, look like, those type of things. Yes.
So, Carmonda, I do have a course that's just on dyslexia. I'm scheduling for August. I don't remember yet the date, but it might actually be in PD Enroller already. I know that my support person is working on getting those into PD Enroller. But in the meantime, I have this Padlet that I'm going to put into the chat box for you. And this is from my courses on dyslexia. And I'll address some of those other questions that are coming into the chat. But you'll notice that I have dyslexia resources, instructional, linguistics, accommodations, professional development. Individuals with dyslexia, these are really powerful. And that will give you some of those insights I think that you're looking for. My daughter and I actually found this one. I played this morning for people who came in at 8 o'clock. Because she wanted her friends to understand why it was that she wasn't reading the same kind of chapter books that she was in first grade. No, she wanted them to understand why she wasn't reading the same chapter books they were. So this is her favorite kid-friendly video. But she also really loved, let's see if it's here. There's a Microsoft Made by Dyslexia course. And even though I might not have it on this column, I think it might be on the next one. Oh, this is it. Where I say this is actually a course, but she loved hearing from the individuals with dyslexia. It has like Keira Knightley and Orlando Bloom looking into the camera and saying, dyslexia is my superpower. And that was so empowering for a first grader to hear that, yes, I'm struggling, but that doesn't mean that I can't be successful and I won't always struggle. It doesn't mean I will always struggle. So it's really powerful. And so here are some book recommendations, some movies about dyslexia with dyslexic characters. So these are some resources for you as well. This ebook on dyslexia by Nessie, they also have another one called What I Need. And those are really great for kids to see what's going on in my brain. Those are some great free resources as well. So thanks, Carmonda, for adding that. What district are you with, Carmonda?
Renton School District.
Thank you. I'll add that on in a bit too as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's jump back in. Now I have too much open.
Sorry. Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Of course, Brandy.
I just missed maybe where that was. Is that on Padlet or how do I find that? All the
So
information you shared.
did I not put it into the chat box? Yes.
Maybe you did. Okay,
It's in-
perfect. Thank you.
Oh, and actually that leads to a question that when I went to the chat box, the difference between structured literacy and direct instruction reading. I don't know what CAR9 is, but direct instruction is an element of structured literacy. And actually, I'm going to do things a little bit out of order. I'm going to jump to that next because this will help answer that question. So when we're talking about structured literacy, and this is actually a structured literacy overview that I helped write with the Dyslexia Advisory Council and OSPI, and I'm putting it to the chat box, and there it is for you with a link to it. That you'll notice the word direct is there. Direct explicit instruction, systematic, sequential, cumulative, multisensory, multimodal, diagnostic, and responsive. So I can't speak for all direct instruction, especially the DI as a program. I frankly, I've been exposed to a little bit of that, and but I was not trained in it. I'd say that that the DI and the direct instruction is an element of structured literacy. But when I'm talking about structured literacy, I'm making sure that I'm talking about the what, not just the how. And when I say the what, that's what you're seeing in blue. And you notice I've made it into a stair step because, thank you, Marcel. Systematic and explicit, yes. I've made this into a stair step so we recognize that oral language is at the base of what we do. So remember that language comprehension, that circle, and I'm actually going, like I said, I've jumped a little bit backwards. We'll build up to this, but I'll jump around it and back. The oral language is the base of what we do in all teaching. We start with what the kids know. Now, for our second language learners, we obviously have to build that up a lot. But in fact, for all of our kids, we're going to build that up. But we start with what they know, and that's when that translates into, okay, I can speak and I can understand when people are speaking to me. Now I look at what are the phonemes, how do I break apart, how many words in the sentence, how many sounds in each word. So I'm using I think you can see my my pipe cleaner with some beads. If I say, for example, I don't know, how many words is that? You have to first recognize that that's I don't know or I do not know. But it sounds like, I don't know, one thing. When your kids come home, you say, Jeet yet? Jeet yet? 2 words, right? No, 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 no. Did you eat yet? So that's that phonology and phonemic awareness. And then in the word yet, how many sounds? Yet. So I break down that into the phonology and phonemic awareness. Then I translate those into to the letters. That's that orthographic knowledge where we're focusing on today. I have to be able to do both the reading and writing fluently in order to be efficient. And then, of course, that all leads to my comprehension of the written language. But these are very, very complex and they interplay with each other. This is just the development progression there. So that's where I'm going into this, the structured literacy is to make sure I'm doing these all in a way that's direct and explicit. I'm using all of my senses. I'm going to be connecting the sound and the symbol, how I say it, how I see it, how I feel it in the mouth. That is extremely crucial for us for our kids to recognize that month is a it's not a because you can't really hear the difference between those. Hence, we all know the struggles we had with masks, right? Because you can't hear the difference between and you have to see what my mouth is doing. And then, of course, diagnostic. What do my kids specifically need? How do I respond to that? And I'm doing those all in a way that's systematic, so I make sure I'm not missing anything. That's the sequence. And cumulative, I'm bringing things in for practice so that I can teach to functional use. That's a term I've heard recently instead of mastery, and I really like it. Because are we really ever going to master anything? I mean, we get to the point where yes, we can use it functionally, but yet we are always going to be learning more. Yes, Tracy, that's exactly, you say this is good teaching for all students. Somebody asked earlier, I used to teach this, I've taught this to interventionists, and they say, well, what do we do differently for kids with dyslexia? And the reality is, you do the same thing. Actually, this is perfect timing because we're going to jump back to where I was going to be, which is here. We're going to do the same thing for our kids with dyslexia as we do for everyone else, but I might do it a bit more intensely. Notice here, our kids with dyslexia down here, they need this systematic, explicit, intensive, a lot more frequent. They're going to need it more intensively for a longer duration, more practice than our kids who can take just a little bit and run with it. Or those in the middle. I mean, I had a student here who was in 6th grade. She was definitely here because she had been in special education for I don't know how long. And I taught her what you're going to be learning about today, syllables. I taught her sound symbol correspondences, how you change words when you add in affixes. And she said to me one day, okay, I've got it. And she did. We exited her from special education. She didn't need to be in special education. She just needed this word right here. She needed to be explicitly taught. So what I like about this image, it helps us recognize that there is a spectrum of how much kids need in order to be successful. We're all going to go through the same process. I hope I have that picture in here somewhere. I think it's this one. No. Okay, hopefully I have it in here somewhere. Otherwise, I'll bring it in later. But we all go through the same process. The question is, what do we need in order to get there? We need a little bit different process in order to arrive at the same place. So I'm just going to pause this for a moment for you to take a look. Notice 5 to 10%. Read Lion says you can put them in the bathroom and they learned to read by the tags on the towel. These kids learn to read despite us, not because of us. For 10% of the kids, learning to read will be the hardest thing they ever do. And then, of course, everything in between, right? I don't have Nancy Young's link, I think, in my, I do have it here for you. Let me put it in the chat box for you. Okay, so this is the ladder of reading and writing, how we get there. But when we talk about what is there, remember earlier I mentioned the word identification and the reading comprehension. That's what it means to be able to read. Sally Shaywitz back in 2003, this is also in her 2020 version of her book, Overcoming Dyslexia, helps us see that in the language systems we need for comprehension, we need to think about discourse. Our biggest, our units of, is it of language that the discourse level is, for example, is it an argumentation? Is it information? Am I reading for enjoyment? Is it a novel I'm reading? Is it a newspaper article? Those are different kinds of discourse that I have to understand how that is made up. Syntax is the grammar. That's another whole course. How our words work together to make meaning. Semantics is the individual meaning, both of words, but also phrases and larger sentence. So there is lexical semantics, which is individual words, and sentential semantics, which is sentences. Notice all those systems that go into reading, but decoding, so that's all the comprehension piece. The decoding part is so dependent on phonology. I saw somebody put into the chat box the recognition for Haggerty and understanding the recognition of phonology, because without phonology, decoding breaks down. Now, I say that because, and many of you will say, like, there was a vendor I approached the other day, and I said, well, phonology is, for example, if I take the word clash and I change the ul to your new word is, and she sat there and she felt really badly when it took her a while to get to crash, from clash to crash. And I said, don't feel badly about that, because if you were up here, you didn't even realize that you were getting there. And your brain was doing this without your recognition. You're going through this process implicitly. Some of the people down here, implicitly is not working for them. They need explicit to get it there. And so they need that extra work that their brains aren't doing automatically. Think about like the example with autism. With autism, kids can learn to read facial cues in social situations, but they're not going to automatically pick it up like somebody without autism would. This is what the same with dyslexia is, that they can learn those sound symbol correspondences. We can actually rewire the brain through good, strong structured literacy instruction, but it doesn't come automatically for them. They need that explicit instruction to get there. So we're going to look at, this, I skipped a slide. This one is way more in depth. We're not there yet. We're going to start here. So remember earlier when I mentioned that we have language comprehension and we have word recognition. And I mentioned that this is what's called the simple view of reading. The crucial element in this simple view, though, is this multiplication symbol. Because, as I'm sure you can assume and understand, if either one of these is 0, your outcome is 0. You have no reading comprehension without understanding the words and then getting them off the page yourself as well. So today we're focusing on, so particularly I want to recognize the vocabulary piece, the language structures, and then here, the blue, we're going to be talking a lot about the sound symbol correspondences, which lead to decoding, as well as our syllabification. These lead to my ability to recognize words seemingly on sight when I look at them. This, though, is a crucial, like I said, leads to, I wish that these weren't individual strands like this, because they really do build upon each other. My decoding rests upon my phonological awareness, and my ability to recognize words automatically or seemingly on sight rests on my ability to decode them. So these are not individual, they build upon each other. So if this is a new reference for you, I do have a link in the Padlet I'll get for you on learning more about each of these elements, including videos. This is what's called the simple view of reading here, and this is the reading rope. So for some of you, this may be a reminder, some of this may be new. For those of you who knew this one, take a deep breath, because Jan Wasowitz has expanded it. So to the Reading Writing Network, she calls this the Language Literacy Network. I'm going to put the link for the PDF, but this is complex, but so is reading and writing. This is why Louisa Moat says that teaching reading is rocket science, because look at the complexity here. Jan said that she made these little bulbs. She wanted to imitate like the neurons in our brain with these images here. But notice this left side looks a lot like what you just saw in the reading rope, doesn't it? Background knowledge, vocabulary, language structure, verbal reasoning, pragmatics, literacy knowledge. This is, I'll make it my red. This is the language comprehension that we saw earlier. But now, and then on the bottom, we have our written word recognition. She expands this a little bit when you look at, make it my vanishing pen back here. Now we're looking at morphological structure. We're getting a little bit deeper into what are the phonemes, the alphabetic principles, syllables, word stress, letter sound relationships, the orthographic patterns, IGH, which remember we had that on the IGH is a pattern that represents I. Unless you put an E before it, in which case it represents A, like in Slay and Way. So these are those patterns. Our brains are wired for patterns, and our kids with dyslexia struggle to recognize those patterns, or they get overwhelmed by them. And so we need to help them recognize that when you see IGH, it's going to represent I, unless it has an E before it, and that's in this case it's A, Slay and Way. So this is something that we just get them a lot of practice with. We help them recognize the morphemes, that ED is going to be past tense regardless of how you pronounce it. Again, those all contribute to my ability to recognize that word. So these are parts of decoding as well. You'll notice the syllables and morphemic units, all of these elements of trying to get me to the word recognition. Notice then we say two sides of the same coin, reading and writing. I have my ability to understand language and my ability to express language. This is the writing side, my ability to recognize words and produce words. So two sides of the same coin. So I'm just going to give you a moment with that. Maybe take a note or something that you want to bring into your next breakout room. It's a lot, isn't it? We're not going to focus on all of this today, but I just wanted you to get the big picture because we're focusing today on the orthographic patterns and the morphological awareness. But you notice we even have under language structure morphology up here because it helps us understand our words. So a lot, isn't it? I gave you the link so you can go back to it on your own. Let me get my mouse here. We're going to zoom in, though, to the word reading piece, that written word recognition side, in a simple way. This is the slide I brought up earlier that I'm into. You remember earlier when some of you talked about the fact that, actually, I'm going to bring this whole thing up and then I'm going to say it because I want to talk about this. About that some of your language learners, maybe your second language learners, you would call them word callers. They can pronounce the words, they see it, and they go to the pronunciation, but they have no clue what it means. In order to really know and remember a word, you need this triangle. You have three sides of the stool. You need to understand the sounds of the words. So if someone said the word cat to you, that triggers the meaning. This is the semantics is meaning. So I may have a whole bunch of words in my oral vocabulary that I know what those words mean. I may not recognize them in writing. The orthography is the written version. For example, epitome is a great one. You see epitome and it looks like epitome. It takes you a while to recognize that epitome is what I see it in written there. So hence, that's your written vocabulary is when you recognize these words in all these ways. My oral vocabulary, the reason why I have a green arrow is because that's what kids come to school with. That's their starting point. And that's where I can build upon to add on to their word reading version of it. Go ahead, Danielle.
I have to ask. I'm seeing that the reading instruction is separated out in some schools and some districts here in Washington State. And then the writing block for the day for primary and upper elementary kids is later in the afternoon. So there's a reading block for an hour and a half or so in the morning. And then there's this, we're going to throw in writing in the afternoon. I just wanted some folks to chime in and tell me, do you actually have your reading and writing block, married in the morning and or afternoon, and or give me the reason why it is separated, like we're going to do reading and now we're going to do writing, because there's such a disjoint what I'm seeing in the different classrooms that I'm in. Okay, so that's all I wanted to. If you could do something with that today, that would be
Danielle, I'll add that to my crusade. Yes, I agree, because we, as I've been saying, we teach reading through writing. And you go back to, there's a lower hand feature. You go back to Jan's, her language literacy network. Notice the speech to print advantage is that, again, teaching reading through writing. And because you notice here, partial transfer of learning from decoding to encoding. People always say, oh, he's a really good reader, therefore he's going to be a good speller. Anybody here agree with that? There's a much stronger transfer. If you teach spelling, you're teaching reading also. If you're teaching reading, you're not teaching spelling. So hence the speech to print advantage. I've seen this in my own research as well with high schoolers, that when I taught them sound symbol correspondences, I taught them, this was just all high school freshmen for my research, is I took a group that they were just doing sustained silent reading for 20 minutes. And I took another group that they worked on spelling patterns with me. And they worked on syllable types and how words change when we add affixes, things we're going to be talking about today, and Greek and Latin roots. The group that worked on spelling did better at reading comprehension than the group that was just reading. So it is that speech to print advantage. But I agree with you, Danielle. I would love to hear from people about why we do more, why we're separating these out. All right, so I'll get into this a little bit more. Let me go back to where we were. Word reading piece. Okay, wait, we've got all these up. That we need all four of these. I mentioned structured literacy. I'm going to jump into. I'm going to go here. Let me continue with the way I would normally do it. So, remember the statement that the simple view of reading: language comprehension times word reading equals reading comprehension. These are two ways of looking at structured literacy. And this one comes from Literacy How, which is Margie Gillis and her professional development organization that she has back in Connecticut. And this one is made from the International Dyslexia Association. So all the courses that I do were originally based on this. And you notice all of the elements that we've been talking about: phonology, the sounds of the language, sound symbol correspondences, syllables, morphemes, the grammar, syntax, and semantics. So they put the how and the what in the circle, and then the how around it. Kind of like the image that I showed you earlier, the Washington one. I have the what inside and the how around the outside. Now, very similar to Margie Gillis's, again, phonemic awareness, phonics and spelling, syntax, vocabulary, morphology, and text comprehension and written expression. She built hers off of the National Reading Panel's Big Five. So remember the Big Five: phonemic awareness, alphabetics principle. This was fluency, but Margie's recognized how much grammar influences your ability to read beyond the word level fluently. Then we have vocabulary and morphology, and then the comprehension piece. One piece I want to add in, and quickly, because we have so much to do today, was drilling down for your older kids to find out what they need, and building up for your younger kids as you're developing those skills. So this is why I originally had a triangle for our structured literacy overview, and I had to shift that because people said with RTI and MTSS, they're two-day triangles. But one of the things that you'll find in our structured literacy resources is Margie Gillis's decision-making tree. So for your older kids who are struggling with reading comprehension, check out how is their vocabulary, how is their decoding, how is their fluency. If they're struggling with that, how are they able to decode individual words? If they're struggling with that, how are they doing with the phonemic awareness? And I use that strategy even when I taught high schoolers, middle schoolers, high schoolers. They're struggling to understand what they're reading. How are they reading fluency? how, if they're struggling with reading fluency, how are they decoding? I want to bring in nonsense words. I want to see, or at that time, I didn't have a good nonsense word test that had multi-syllables. I'd bring out Shakespeare or Edgar Allan Poe. I wanted to see, how do they attack a word they've never seen before? That's going to get into their decoding abilities. If they're struggling with that, let's look at their phonemic awareness, because we're going to need to build up. And in our younger learners, let's make sure we stress that phonemic awareness, because that builds to our decoding ability, that builds to our ability to identify words really quickly and easily. We add in the vocabulary, really should be all along the way, which leads to our reading comprehension. So there was a question about, in the chat box, about structured literacy being an application of direct instruction. Yes. And that one actually just came to me. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so that led into this, if you want to see that again. And I will actually leave this for you, because I'm going to give you some reflection time, because that's, our reflection time is going to be your break, because I'm recognizing it is 10 o'clock. I will leave this one up for you. So our reflection is just thinking what's been affirmed, what's new that you want to explore further. Perfect timing. So you will notice how I said that I don't work on timing, but I've gotten a lot better than I thought. When we come back, I will put you into breakout rooms to talk about those questions that I gave you. So we will, because we are starting 1 minute late, we will actually move this to 10:16, sorry. And I will pause the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, so I was going to say, Brittany, you weren't muted. Would you like to start sharing from your group, or but you've muted yourself? Who would like to share? Was there anything you would like to bring forward that was new, or anything appreciated, or anything confusing? Any affirmations? Feel free to unmute or raise your electronic hand.
We affirm that we don't know enough.
It's a great place to start, Jan. You have to know what you don't know, right? Go ahead, Carmonda. I think you've started at the same time Jan did.
Oh, I want to make sure I know. Was it Tina? Tina, if it was you that I was speaking to, can you unmute? I can't remember. I want to say it was
Can't
Tina.
see. I'm a Tina.
Yay! Okay.
Is it me?
Yeah, it was you.
Oh, hello.
You know, I thoroughly enjoyed speaking with Tina. Was it Alicia? Right? Is it Alicia?
Me, Alicia.
I'm saying your name right. Alicia. Sorry. One of the things that I asked Tina, because I really wanted to know from the point of view, and I'm glad that you shared those things, but from a live person speaking to them, exactly what dyslexia is, because we all have these. Well, I did, because I started a while ago in education. So you had these old notions until you start learning more. And, some of the things that Tina shared with me, because I asked her, I said, I really want to know from somebody who experiences it, what is it like? And what she shared with me, it was, is eye-opening. It's really good to me to really hear from somebody who experiences it, because otherwise you put your own spin on it when you don't know, when you don't understand what a student really is experiencing.
I guess I should add that I was open and transparent. Hi, I'm Tina.
Yes.
I have dyslexia. So,
would you like to share something that specifically that you shared with Carmonda?
Yeah, happy to. So I am a person that grew up in the public school system where everything was about my vision. Like, oh, you need glasses. It's blurry vision. Do you see the words jumping across the page? And as a child, you get into a point where you start to think that that's what's happening, but you're like, I can see the word. It's not jumping across the page. And I think we've known so much and we've grown so much about it that we have a better understanding that it's not my vision. I don't need glasses. Well, I'm old. I need glasses because I'm old. I'll point that out. But this thought of what it has grown to the point where it's benefited people like me, where I am seen in a different element. And now with my students, I'm able to kind of see that emotional attachment that comes to dyslexia, as well as it can be very much a barrier. So that's what I was expressing, that if we can just lose that initial historical value of dyslexia, we're going to be expanding a lot of children's lives and not have the barriers that I may have had in encountering this.
Thank you so much for sharing, Tina. Very appreciate it. Go ahead. Well, Wendy, did you want to share?
Sure. Sorry, we talked just about the connection between the spelling and writing and how to be better at supporting kids who struggle with their spelling through the writing. And then also that connection with the ELL student and dyslexia and how you can teach them the words. And my experience with a student this year who I saw jump like 2 grade levels in word recognition, but then trying to connect background knowledge with her was really a challenge. And I struggled with that a lot because one parent would only speak English and one would only speak Spanish. And so I could see just this sort of jogging thing happening where she'd get really good at one thing, but really still struggle with the other. So those are just a couple things that we talked about, just that writing, spelling, reading connection, and the ELL and dyslexia.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Actually, I think that kind of helps bridge to this model that I used with my dissertation, which is basically, what do we need to be able to read fluently and read with comprehension? We need to be able to identify the words, don't we? And for some of our kids, that seems to be, they identify it immediately. Other kids, we need to go through a word analysis process, which leads to that word identification. That word analysis, decoding, orthographic knowledge, morphological awareness is all those pieces that lead to that word identification. But it's all about word identification, isn't it? That leads to my ability to read fluently as well as gain my vocabulary knowledge. And then you can see those reciprocal relationships there. Was there anything else that anyone wanted to add on? Yes, thank you, Marty, for adding on about the vision issues can be a problem, but that's not necessarily that's not dyslexia. That's definitely we can have problems with everything and strengths with everything, right? So it's part of being human. All right, so if we are ready, then again, stop me at any time. I'm going to focus in a little bit more on this word identification piece. How do we automatically? We good? Okay, I heard some static. All right, so Jill, you may have seen this from before, but you'll see a few things that it's always good to get them again in another way. So automatic word recognition, one of the things that we've recognized and realized is that just seeing and hearing words simultaneously is not enough to develop word recognition. This is why there are so many laws right now about dyslexia that have started in, I want to say 2011-ish, and blossomed to all across the country. There are laws in every state practically about dyslexia because the parents are really tired of hearing you need to read to your kids more. These parents have been reading to their kids. Many of them, I can't say all of them, of course, but it's not enough just to see the words as someone is reading them to you. For some of our, you remember the green zone, those kids, they'll do fine, but then in that red zone, it's not going to happen. So then we see, okay, as you saw in that last model, if I decode the words, that's going to lead to automatic word recognition, right? That's what it feels like for many of us. Again, green zones, the reality is that's not what's going on in our brains. What's going on in our brains is this link between the decoding and our automatic word recognition that's called orthographic mapping. That's why we're going to get into orthography. I'm using orthographic mapping to represent sound symbol knowledge because it's so much more than just the individual letters and their sounds. Orthography has to do with all the complex patterns. It has to do with how words change when we add morphemes. Morphology is an important part of vocabulary that influences our orthographic conventions. So notice I'm using the word automatic word recognition, not sight word, because I feel that the term sight word is very, very misunderstood, and people think that I can just show you the word and you're going to be able to. Flashcards, remember those? Yeah, I use flashcards for individual letters and letter combinations. So I might show you a flashcard of IGH, and you might then recognize that that represents I, but I'm not showing you flashcards of entire words because that's not the efficient way of getting it in and remembering it. Not going to be getting you the orthographic mapping. Lots and lots of writing from that. So we're going to get into orthography and what do we mean by that? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone. Okay, so let's get into orthography. What do we mean? First off, in order to understand print, we need to understand speech. So these are a couple of things that I've just kind of highlighted. Obviously, we all know speech is temporary unless you record it. As soon as you say it, it's gone. It's into people's memories, but it's not something you can continue hearing unless you keep and hold that phoneme and you hold it as long as you can, but then it's gone after you stop. Whereas print is permanent unless you throw it away or do something with it, but it's something that is there for as long as it exists. It's more permanent. They both have ambiguity though. Notice in speech this ambiguity comes from homophones, and in print it comes from homographs. What I mean by this, notice with the homophones, all of these three are pronounced the same way. These two are pronounced the same way. I can give you lists and lists and lists and lists of homophones. Many different ways of spelling words that are said the same way. The reason why we have this is because our language was originally oral only. And if I use these words in context, you could tell from my oral context, you can tell from what I'm saying, which one I mean. If I say, there's a bear over there, you know that I mean the bear is not wearing any clothes. Or I have a pair of socks, you know which pair I'm talking about. If I say I'm eating a pear, you know which pair I'm talking about. When we started writing these and having text that we were all reading with our eyes, we needed to differentiate them because it facilitates our recognition and of what that word is much more quickly than if they were spelled differently. I'm sorry, the same way. If it was spelled the same way, I would struggle and I'd have to look at the context to figure out which one it is. As we have to deal with these. Is this wind or wind? I have to look at the context, right? Dove or dove, live or live, read or read, bow or bow, sue or sower. I have to look at the context to figure those out. These ones, I don't. So these ones are much easier for reading. A bear for spelling. For spelling, I need to know the meaning to recognize that this is a place, this is something I do with my eyes, and this is something I do at the end when I'm writing and I want to refer to another text, I cite it. So this is much more complex going from speech to print because it requires that I understand the meaning of these, the semantics piece. The homographs, wind or wind, it could be either one, but I have to know, of course, and that I have to look at the context. So this is much easier on our brains when we have them spelled differently. It reduces the cognitive load as I'm reading. I have some more examples of that ambiguity in speech, but not print. These are both pronounced chard, cord, lapse, wade, days, ward, choose, duct, tax, ode. So you see how this can be very difficult in speech, but in print, no problem. I know the difference between those two. I know the difference between these two. The print helps facilitate my word identification because those are different. I can see, I don't even know what this one means, but I'd have to look it up. But this is the past tense of way, whereas this is more than one day versus he is in a daze. And so that the print helps unlock meaning. I have some other examples in here, my notes, masked M-A-S-T, and masked, M-A-S-S-E-D, past and past. We get those confused all the time. It's very highly functional to have these variant spellings for words that are pronounced the same that have different meanings. This is why reading is easier than spelling, right? Okay. So to unlock this, I've created this acrostic called Poem. This was inspired by Bev Wolf and Virginia Berninger's book, Teaching Students with Dyslexia, Dysgraphia, and Oral Language Disability. It's in my bag, so I don't have it in front of me. Rebecca, maybe you can look up that book and put the title in the chat for them. You know, the Berninger and Wolf, the green one.
Thank you.
So they advocated that every teacher, thank you, Jill. Oh yeah, duh, to wade in the pond or the wade in the beach. So when you get going, you don't always think of all the little things. I looked at it as a noun. It's like that just wasn't working for me, but a verb, yes, we got that. So Virginia Berninger and Bev Wolf advocated that every teacher should have a POM certificate. They need to know their phonology, their orthography, and their morphology. I expanded it to poem because etymology, our understanding of the history of our words, unlocks so much about morphology and orthography. So these are the things that we're going to be talking about a lot today, not so much the phonology. If you haven't gotten a lot of that understanding, I have a whole class on phonology that will be coming in November. Yes, November we'll be doing a whole 6-hour class on phonology. Today we're going to be jumping into the orthography, and we'll be talking about some of the morphology. But this is crucial to know that when I'm looking at a word, I'm not just looking at sounds. In some languages like German and Spanish that are much more transparent, when you see the letters, it's very clear to what those sounds are. However, here, this isn't at. No, it's what. And so what I'm seeing here are some conventions that WH starts question words. I'm seeing history that makes that, and it's wat, at, even if it was a at, wat, it's not how we pronounce it. This is just our conventions. It becomes an what. So there are so much more complex than just the letters that we see. So phonology is just one component. These are the other components that we're going to be exploring more today. I'll give you some examples of some of conflicts when these conflict. So, for example, if I spelled this the way it sounds, I would lose its connection to knowledge. It would be confusing if we had no, N-O, whether it was yes or no, or whether it was I know something. Again, having that printed difference helps me understand and make the connection to the meaning much more quickly. This one, I've got 3 different twos. How do I differentiate them? Well, I want to go 2. I'm going to add that extra O because it's got a stronger meaning. And this one I can connect to 12 or 20. I put that W in there to make, because this TW starts a lot of things that have to do with 2 or between. Think of twilight and twist and twin. All those have to do with 2. Twilight is between 2 things. That prefix twi. So this it has to do with 2. And then the jumped, if I spelled it like it sounds, you'd completely lose this. ED has to do with meaning and in the past. So hence, meaning will override the pronunciation in spelling if it needs to. So our spelling is the reason why things are spelled the way they are for efficient word identification. Thank you, Rebecca, for putting that in. So let's talk about that irregularity. Quick little thought in the chat box. What percentage of everyday English words do you think are irregularly spelled? Now, I know I consider you may have already done this with me, in which case, Jill, you hold off on it. unless you don't remember, in which case, go ahead and put a guess in. But I also do see irregularity as a spectrum. So the question is, how irregular are we? I love getting these answers. It's always so much fun to see who's taken this class. Lily, have you taken the class with me before? Lily's got a really low number. It's always fun to see the variety here.
I have, but I truly don't remember. That's just kind of what popped in my head.
I think it's either Casey Hansen. I think I've seen Casey online. 5% is probably the closest one I'm seeing here. There we go. Mary Beth's got 4. I'll put them all up. This is from Louisa Moats. 50% of our words we can spell correctly with just a 1-to-1 correspondence. 34% can be spelled correctly with just one error, like the S in island. Here with us this morning, you heard the reason why that S is there in island. And 12%, where's that coming from? I don't know. I'm trying to make sure we get that background noise. 12% you can spell correctly with additional knowledge, like the W and 2, why that's there, understanding etymology. There are really only 4 that are truly odd. I call those really rare patterns, and I have a cute little graphic to go with this. This is from a Facebook little video I saw. I wish I was trying to grab the whole video and I couldn't, where this Twinkle ESL, she was acting as English and Spanish was saying, English, why on earth this crazy spelling? And she's like, well, because we spell German words like German and French words like French and Arabic words like Arabic. You have the SU in sugar comes from Arabic, and Greek words like Greek. All of these, we collect a lot of words from everywhere, and we don't change their spelling to match our pronunciation. And in fact, the other way around, we might change the pronunciation to match what we want, like the chair, the CH in chair. It came from French chaise. We like ch better. And like my own name, Alicia, I grew up with it, Alicia, because that's a very Americanized anglicized version, but Latin countries had Alicia, think like vacation. So you think about that, it's those other language influences. And so the S was the throw pilling of spelling. She like the S in island. But there is a reason. If you weren't here this morning, I will add in the link. It's in our YouTube from Erica Ockrent. I can grab that. It looks like I don't still have it up, but I will. I do have some of her videos here. It's that video we were watching earlier was "Why Is Spelling So Weird" by Erica Ockrent. If anybody still has that link that I put in earlier. I thought just plain spelled wrong. I did not read closely enough. No, there's reading. It's very, very complex. Okay, excuse me. So when we get into orthographic knowledge, we're going to start with the sound symbol correspondences. And I used this stoplight when I was working at Chartwell to help my kids recognize the green words. You can just go. Matt's a great example. You know that M represents and the A spells and the T spells t. You can sound that out, and you can spell and write Matt really easily. With the yellow ones, you're going to need to slow down and think. In fact, I think I have my bag of books in the car, but I do have yellow cards that I can get at lunchtime to show you, where there's more than one way of making that sound, or that letter is going to represent more than one thing. So like in the examples here, the O in hoping, or the O in hopping, notice one's an O and one's an ah. Like with Erica Ockrent's name, I thought it was Ockrent, but it's not, it's Ockrent. Makes sense because there's only one K after it. But it is an unusual name. So there's more than one way I could pronounce that O in this, or in the second example, there's more than one way of representing the A sound. I have to slow down and think about it and think about the conditions. And there are conditions or conventions that explain what we see in all of those. And then with its red, I'm like, this is just a really, really rare one. That GH making like an enough and laugh. It's pretty rare. So yes, you do have to learn it, but let's not spend a lot of time on it because it's pretty rare. And the UH making the sound, no sound like in do or though. The UGH is an old English difficult piece here. Okay, so we're going to jump into these. I have a lot of notes that I'm not going to go into because we don't have enough time. So when we have more time, we'll jump into details, but let's start with our one-to-one correspondences, our green ones. So I'm going to give you a moment to see if you can, how many letters you can think of that if you see that letter, it's only going to represent one sound. That's the top column, or top space. Below that is how many sounds can you think of that you can only write one way? And every time I do this, my list gets a little bit smaller, so I'm not sure which version we have here. We'll see. So it always all ends up to a great conversation. How many letters can you think of that if you look at that letter, you can think of one sound it would make? It might be silent, but it's only going to represent one sound. See what comes up into the chat. Okay, you want me? I can tell people are taking notes. You want me to give them to you rather than you putting them in. Oh, some are coming in. 19. You know what? There are people who have a lot more than I. And let's talk about why. I agree with the Carolyn, and the B and the D. Actually, Debbie, I took D off my list. Can you think of why? Let's see if it's still here.
Because it sounds like t sometimes.
Yes.
And B, does it count if it's sometimes silent, like in lamb?
No, I put down because it's never going to say a different sound. It could be silent, like lamb and comb, but it will never say anything else. I have the F. I think somebody put F in the chat box because the reason why I have the asterisk there is one word in which F does not represent f. It represents, anyone? Like an of. That's the only one. But F and V, they're made the same way. Think of all the words where we change the F to V, like in thieves, leaf, leaves, thief, thieves. It just becomes easier for us to say. And that's in that all of is the only one I can think of in American English. If you watch The Crown and you saw them talk about Aberfan, that was spelled with an F. So I was surprised by that too. So apparently there was more of a continuation of that F in English. Yes. So Debbie, my daughter and I did this once in the hot tub, and we're talking about this, and we're like, okay, I'm trying to think of others when she'd say, well, what about, for example, I used to have T on here because always everyone thinks T, that represents T, right? Yeah, but not if you put it with an H, then it becomes or the. Or what about if it's TCH? Now it's ch. So that we took off a lot of the whatabouts. The W, I have an asterisk because of if it's where or when, the WH combination. But otherwise it's pretty much. Other questions or thoughts on that? No problem, Brittany. Yeah, family trip road team. All right. See if there are any that I've since changed. I don't think so. The N we could probably take off because sometimes it's a like in think. It's not a like in nest, it's a like in think. So the N is a weird one. It's not exactly and think. It's not thin, it's think. So it's down here, it's not up here. So I could probably put an asterisk on that N as well. The asterisk for W is because put it with an H or it becomes, let me think, no, where's the asterisk? Whale, because some people will pronounce that whale or whip, and some people pronounce it whale and whip. So that one's a little bit funny. That's the only thing I can remember. I don't have anything in my notes about that, so somebody else could add on. I have to think about that. Ooh, that's the one, Robin. I'll have to edit my notes so I put it next time. Who or whose? Yes, exactly. Doesn't Q say sometimes? Actually, Kim, Q always says k. Sometimes it has a U after it, making ku, but notice that ku is two sounds. It's k, like in queen. It's ku, the QU is two different sounds. The Q is making the k, and the U is making the woo, which there was another word my daughter and I came upon recently where U is making a woo in a word you would not expect it to. But I said, we'll see, like in language, I wish I could remember which it was, but the U does represent the woo sound, not just after a Q. So tricky, isn't it? All right. A few sounds that can be represented by only one spelling. Not much. The th, the s and the th are really only represented by th. I'd love to be corrected. The ah is pretty much represented by an O, unless it's like an after a W, an A after a W, or the WH, like in was and what, that becomes more of an ah sound, like an olives. The b, l, p, and n are usually B, L, P, and V. Again, we know that v can be the F as in of. Okay, so not a lot of green. I get, Debbie, that the Q will say k, but it's that U that really helps with that. Appreciate that. The K is there even though it can be silent. Yes, so can all of these could be silent. There's a book, I think I have it here, called what was it? P is for pterodactyl. That talks about how all these words. I'll go get it during break. It's a very fun. My kids love it, but it's about the history of our words, and like I think all of these could be silent in some way. So the question was, is it going to make something else? Is where my elimination from that. Okay, for the greens, some teaching tips. Number one, multiple exposures, and I really actually should. I want to change the word exposures to experiences. Because remember, as we saw earlier, just seeing it and hearing it is not going to really get it in. So let's change this one from multiple exposures to experiences. Reading, writing, lots of opportunities to use it. And where's my little text box here? Here we go. Experiences. Lots of opportunities to use it. Multisensory, write it, talk it, feel it. Teach a small set and build to words as quickly as possible. Going from easiest to more difficult, most common to less common. A couple things have come into the chat. Thank you for the P is for it's hard to say. P is for pterodactyl. All right, so let's get into the yellows. This is where it's very, very hard for our kids with dyslexia when things are, they say it sounds the same thing, like a heel and heel, but they're spelled differently. And they always say, wouldn't it be easier if it was all spelled the same way? And it's like, well, yes, for pronunciation, no for meaning. So we talked a lot about the why on that. But we also, as you see, these result from historical changes. And you notice that spelling providing the clues. Look at the heel and heel here, the EA connecting it to health, and the EE connecting it to the E's and feet. So look for those clues as much as possible. And then the sound placement can dictate choices as well as the origin. This is why, if you've heard the expression, it was George Bernard Shaw who said that English is crazy. You can spell fish, G-H-O-T-I, because from the GH from enough, the O from women, women, and the TI from nation. Well, I'm going to argue, no, you can't, because the GH, if you put it at the beginning like that, like in ghost and ghoul, it makes a g. It doesn't make f. It only makes f at the end of words. And the O in women, really, really rare, and it wouldn't do it in a single syllable word. And the TI will represent sh, but it has to be followed by ON or AN. It's in a Latin-based word. Fish is definitely not a Latin-based word. It's a very old English, Anglo-Saxon. And anytime you have that sh be spelled with SH, you've got an old shelf and shin. Those are old English words. So no, he's wrong on that. A couple things in the chat box I'll look at. Thank you. Okay, so some other examples. Etymology we talked about. Charade being French. Anytime you have that CH making like chef and shishi and chaparral and I could go on with those CH making a sh sound is all French. Oh, sorry, spaghetti. I'll put that up, might as well. Spaghetti Italian. The mosquito is there's again that, but mosquito, that U is making a woo in, is it? That's Spanish. But the Q is making a k sound like it, I have said, pretty much always does. No problem. So the position, we talked about that one. The meaning and morphological structure, we don't spell it PLADE, even though it would sound right, we'd be able to pronounce it, we would lose the past tense, which we talked about. And then somehow I got an extra little logo there, sorry. We don't have an SF in our language. This is a Greek word, so becomes PH, like in sphere. Okay, I'm going to take a pause. Oh, and we get there. Here's our Erica Ockrent. I'm going to put the video link in case you have any issues watching this, or a short video, and this gives me a break on my voice. So let me put this into the chat box for you. And, oh, we did watch this morning. So actually, I'm thinking I should put the link in, and I do have a reflection time. We're going to move the reflection, and we're going to actually go into some common orthographic conventions, and we're going to combine this with the reflection. So what I'm going to do is, so I put the video in so you can watch that on your own, because in interest of time, because we have a lot to do, we'll go back to it if we have time, but I want you to have a conversation with your groups about some of these common orthographic conventions. Some of these you may know, some of these you may not know, and I just want you to explore them. Think about why we use those. Why do we, what is your knowledge about these common orthographic conventions? When you come back, I will give you a handout. So this is going to be your talk in your groups time. If you did see those videos this morning, you can talk about those. But I want you to think about, why do you use WR? When or why do you use that CK, TCH, DGE? What about the soft C and soft G? What about the word girl? Why is the E used in those words? And connecting with silent letters, how do you think about, how could you help your kids understand those silent letters? So I'm going to pause the recording, and we're going to go into breakout, hear out from some of the breakout rooms. So I also invited you to check out this also about statistics when we talked about sound symbol correspondences. But first, I'm going to show you how to get to that handout. That it doesn't explain why, but it kind of looks like the slide you were just looking at. So the why we have to talk about. And I am working on a book that will have all of that. The Uncovering the Logic of English really helps, but I don't like how she calls them all rules. Let's see, I think I have that under book recommendations. Let's go. Yep, book recommendations. Where it's at. There it is, Uncovering the Logic of English. So it is a good help, but again, I don't like how she calls them all rules, but it's a good place to start. So to get to the resource, you're going to go to this handouts, tinyurl.com, Dyslexia 101 handouts. I'll copy it and put it into the chat for you. Okay, Yoshi can't hear. Brandy, can you hear me? Okay, so.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, you know what? That's reminding me, we never put on closed captions. So maybe that will help. So for Yoshi and for anyone else who has issues. So let me go caption settings, show captions. So hopefully that will help. Okay, so we're going to follow this tinyurl.com explicit, Dyslexia 101 handouts. All of these handouts have been made ADA compliant. So that means they're compatible for e-readers. The book list, maybe not, but definitely the other ones. And so we are going to go to the Frank and Franken handouts, because there are a lot of other useful things there as well. And for some reason, it's not scrolling for me. It must be frozen. Yes, there they are. Frank and Franken handouts. This is my colleague, Kate Franken, and I presented at IDA a few years ago on structured literacy for older learners. And so that's what this is, the beginning. And then I think the second page, whoops, there's syllable division. Third page, I think, is the one we want here. Yep, with our orthographic conventions. So those are things you can take with you as a handout printout, or you can do a screenshot of this as we're talking. All right, so I'm going to give you a moment before I do some explanation. Is what did you come up with? What's your understanding? And do we have groups who said, yes, we've got this, or groups who said, wait, can you please tell me more about this? So I'm going to start with you. Who would like to start?
Alicia, quick question. Do you mind just showing on the tiny URL again where the Franken handout link was? I'm not finding it.
So in the structured literacy document, this one,
Yep.
see this highlighted.
Yes, got it. Okay, thanks.
That's where it says those are all ADA compliant.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So Charity, you don't want to talk for your group?
Sure. Actually, our group, there were sort of two threads of conversation. One was on, given these common orthographic conventions, what are the implications in practice to support students who may be dyslexic or not dyslexic? What are the teacher moves that shift based on the needs of the child? And then as it filters up into the secondary levels, what would secondary teachers need to know to support students who have dyslexia? And then the second thread of conversation is around an earlier topic that came up, and that is just around who ultimately is responsible for diagnosing, if that's the right word, a student with dyslexia at the genesis of realizing that they might need additional literacy support and fit the category of dyslexia, so to speak. So it's funny, as before you said diagnosing or recognizing, I was thinking you were going to say instructing, and my answer was going to be all of us. It's all of our responsibility. But even once they are recognized, and if somebody has an IEP, they are still all of us. I mean, remember, students on IEPs are gen ed kids first, and they are all of our responsibility. But I think Charity, sorry, I might have called you Christy earlier. It is when you say who recognizes, I recognized it as a parent. And I brought it to the school and I said, dyslexia runs in her family. This was before I had done a testing of my own of her. But I said, dyslexia runs in the family. My daughter struggles with phonemic awareness. And they asked right away, do you want her assessed for an IEP? And I said, no, I want you to teach her. I want to see how she responds to your instruction. And that was kindergarten. First grade, she did end up needing an IEP, but that was because of the emotional toll it was taking on her. And I had reached out and I said, can we look into counseling or something? Because she's really struggling emotionally with this. So that was the shift that we made. But it can be a parent, it can be a teacher, it can be whoever notices that this kid needs help. And I think that that's the crucial piece here. Going back to when you said the teacher moves, one of the things— before we switch threads, I could imagine, the genesis of the recognition of dyslexia starting with the parents or starting with a classroom teacher, or even it could be in a lot of different places. But is there such a thing as a dyslexia diagnosis that's sort of officiated? And if so, who is typically the person who is, credentialed appropriately to provide that diagnosis?
So I think that would depend on if you want a medical diagnosis or an educational diagnosis.
Okay.
Because just like autism, an IEP team can determine that a student has autism without having a medical diagnosis. We can do the same thing with dyslexia. It becomes an educational diagnosis, not a medical diagnosis. So in other words, that educational diagnosis is not going to help you outside of school. Like you won't qualify for DDA or DVR or SSI or anything with just an educational diagnosis. You need a medical diagnosis for that.
And I'm sorry, DVA, can you unpack those acronyms?
DDA is developmental, when applied to dyslexia anyway, DDA is Developmental Disabilities Agency. DVR is the the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation. And DVR, kids with dyslexia can qualify for DVR. And then the other one I mentioned, it's SSI. Wendy, you want to help me with that? Has to do with Social Security.
Yes.
And I don't know whether or not students with dyslexia would have qualified. They might, I don't know. But for those kind of federal agencies, we need a medical diagnosis.
Can I just ask real quick onto that? Is it true that if you don't have a medical diagnosis, because this is what I've been told, that outside of the K through 12 grade, if you don't have the medical diagnosis, you cannot get any of the accommodations in college unless you have the medical diagnosis?
Yeah, that's not true. If you've had an IEP, the colleges are required to look at whether or not you've had accommodations, whether or not you've had, I mean, they don't have to, they cannot require a medical diagnosis either. They
Okay.
need to look at whether or not there's a history of accommodations. And really what they're starting to move toward is not as much the paperwork and the testing and more your story and why you need those accommodations, whether or not you've used them and how they've been helpful for you. So getting our high school kids to learn to self-advocate and tell their story is really crucial as they start looking into higher ed. Does that help, Charity?
Yes.
It's overwhelming. There's a lot. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I did a quick search and there was something about, an educational psychologist could do a diagnosis.
Yes.
And it appeared that would be a medical diagnosis, but I wasn't sure.
It depends on the educational psychologist. There are school psychs who say, yes, we can do this. And there are school psychs who say, no, we can't.
Okay.
So it depends on whether or not I think they've gotten the training and skill and knowledge to do so.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the clarity on that. There may be additional questions from the other people in the group that I was with, but I'm sure they'll reach out if they need additional clarification.
I appreciate that. So going back to when you said the teacher moves, I mean, one of the first things that we did at Chartwell was we gave them these are the Slingerland keywords and images. Sorry for the overlap there. We gave them a keyword to help them remember the sound. So they would actually make, just like they would do a apple, they would do CH chair, WH wheel, TH thimble, on TH this. So they would practice it as a unit that represents that sound. Now this is, of course, I should have, while you were in breakout rooms, gone get my yellow cards, because when I only know one way to make that sound, I would have a consonant digraph card like this, the CK jack. But if I know more than one way to making the sound, I'm going to have a yellow card that has the C, the K, the CK, the CH like in chorus, the QUE like in antique, depending on how many I've learned. So I'll only reveal and practice the ones I've learned. That's a yellow card and I can go get those. Like I said, I went and got water, but I didn't get the yellow cards. That you need to slow down because there's more than one way of representing that sound. So again, keywords can help unlock the sounds. So that's one way that, and for my older learners, I might have that if I know they're struggling, I just have a poster on the wall like to remind them, just to use it as a key, as a ready reference, as we would call that. So that's one way. There will be more. Go talk about those as well, Charity. How about another group? Did we talk about the milk truck? That's for your CK. Exactly. There are a lot of different acronyms or sentences that can help them remember some of these rules. So speaking of the milk truck, that CK, Wendy, did your team talk about CK, TCH, DGE when you use those?
Not specifically. We just talked about the rules that we have in the different programs that we have, because not all of the rules are the same with how they teach them. And so that's just one that I know from a program that I've used in previous schools that I've taught at.
Notice how I'm using the term conventions instead of rules. I don't want to overwhelm my kids with too many rules. I just think it's just because then they say, well, but then there are exceptions to the rules. Well, these are patterns. It's all about patterns. It's all about recognizing the statistical regularities. And this is why I invited you to go and look at the, not this one, on the Jamboard, which of these patterns don't work in English. So for example, I'm going to start with one and we don't have the double F at the beginning. The double F would come at the end. Double F, LF, thos, F, L, S, or Z doubled at the end of a single syllable word. What you see here in the floss rule or buzz off miss pill, having that double S, double Z. So going to Wendy, you mentioned the milk truck, the CK, the TCH, the DGE, all come at the end of a word right after a short vowel. And that is something that, Charity, I think it was you who asked about the teacher moves. That's something that I incorporate into my hand movements as I do the letters. So C, cake, k, or no, cake's not a good word. No, cake is a good one. No, because it's like the K. C, oh, cup is a good one. C, cup, k. K, kite, k. C, K, jack, k comes at the end of a word right after a short vowel. And they practice that and they practice that and they practice that. It comes at the end of a word right after a short vowel. So they know that when they're writing a word, like in stick, it's not going to be the C, it's not going to be the K, it's going to be the CK because it's at the end of the word right after the short vowel. So that way they get lots of practice with that as well. Patterns, and yes, it's orthographic patterns. It's statistics. Our brains are about statistics. Okay, so we talked about the CK, TCH, DGE. Did anybody talk about the WR? We know that comes at the beginnings of words, right? Not at the end, not in the middle. It comes at the beginnings. But what kinds of words?
We talked about it in our group with the WR.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny because I said, I have taken some classes with you. And I said, it's really nice to hear things multiple times because I was like, wait a minute, I knew we talked about that. So the twisting motion is where that WR comes in. So, but now that I think now that I've looked into it twice and heard it, now I'm like, okay, like I think I'm going to remember it this time.
It helps you use it again and again. They all have to do with twisting. She's right. Like wrist and wrench and wrap and even a wren. And when I write my wrist and when I'm wrong, I have a twisted idea. Go ahead, Tina.
I just was wondering, I thought about this before. So the students that I work with often really have a hard time remembering things. And so I love all these patterns, spelling patterns, but do you have any suggestions on how to teach it to them where they will remember these rules? I mean, it feels like there's so much for them to think about. They're thinking about the decoding, you know, the context, and all the vocabulary, all that, and then having to also think about the rule, or it's not a rule, it's the
patterns.
The pattern,
And
yeah.
so when it's a yellow, it's usually the writing, because for reading, the CK representing k, that's easy. You've got the C makes k, you've got the K makes k, that's easy. It's for the writing that we have to think about the CK, that it's you use a CK instead of a C or a K. And that's going to take some additional practice. And it's just, this comes to where, Tina, your scope and sequence is crucial, because you're going to start with the C. It's the most common. We're going to teach the most. And then you think about, I'm going to use a K when I can't use a C. So for example, that comes into my soft C and soft G. If my C is followed by an E, R, or Y, it's not going to be K anymore. It's going to be S. So then I need to use the K before an E, I, or Y, because a C won't work. And that's why too, I think I have later on, we have, if you go from picnic to picnicking, you have to add a K, because the I is going to make that C soft and it's going to become picnicing. So we have a pick, that's why we add the K in there. We have a CK in picnicking, but a C in picnic. So it's all about what do I need to be able to make that pronunciation work? The CK at the end, you know, it's a good.
I was going to say, it seems like the writing really does help then, because if you're teaching those patterns while they're learning to spell, then they're probably going to also remember them when they're decoding. So like when they have the CK at the end of the word, they should remember that it's going to be a short vowel sound rather than a long. Okay.
That is exactly it. So this is, again, teaching reading through writing. Yeah, that they are two sides of the same coin, and it's going to be a lot more efficient at memory if you are writing with it. Exactly. So Marty, you're saying it loud. And we remember we verbalize to internalize. CK, Jack, comes at the end of the word right after a short vowel. TCH, match, comes at the end of a word right after the short vowel. And so when I'm doing a yellow card drill, if I'm going to ask, what are the ways that you know to make ch? CH, chair, ch. TCH, match, ch, comes at the end of the word right after a short vowel. Those are the ways I know I make ch. Okay, so we've got a long one. Yes, we've got, yeah, I'm so glad to see the success story on the dyslexia piece in there. Okay, somebody asked about, before I get too far away from those, the interesting E. I do it one piece at a time. Again, all of this one piece at a time. I'm doing it all with you because you're adults. You can handle it. You get the different concepts. But that interesting E, I do one piece at a time. So the first E I usually teach is what I'm starting to call a split digraph. Later on, we do call it a syllable type, but I like the term split digraph more here because here is some examples of the split digraph. Like a digraph is two letters that make one sound. In this case, it's split, there's a consonant between it. So the A consonant E, the I consonant E, the O consonant E. And even when I do my cards with my kids, my digraphs. Where did they go? Come on here. I actually have here there. A consonant E, Y consonant E like in type, U consonant E. So these split digraphs, this is the first interesting E I'll teach them, that E is influencing the vowel sound. So this is where that vowel sound is changing because of that E. But then they're going to counter these others a lot, this curse, moose, mouse, even have. I teach them that there are reasons for silent E though. I had high schoolers who would make a little tiny decorative E, and I'd say, what is that? And they're like, well, if there's supposed to be an E there, it is one. And if there's not, it's just a decoration. I'm like, no. There's always a reason for that E. So, and this is where when we talk about morphology a little bit later, we'll be going to talk about the difference between a function word and a content word. So for example, if I have the word by, and I need to have another homonym, I'm going to add an E to it. I can add that silent E there. Or if I look at, again, history, remember, I need to add here, words also don't end in a U, typically, unless it's a shortened version of word, like a flu, but he has a flu, F-L-U, but I think that's F-L-U-E, because B-L-U-E, etc. These are the French-based words. So we have that E for a reason. And the word have, the reason is the same reason why it's after a U, is because when our language was originally handwritten, it was hard to tell the difference between the U and the V at the end. So they added an E to help clarify it when it was handwritten in cursive. Now that we are using a printing press, it doesn't matter. But it's an old orthographic convention. It's something we just do because of history. That's why we have that E and have. We don't need it for pronunciation. But it was hard to read when our language was handwritten to not have the E there. For the others, curse, moose, mouse, if you take off the E, it's more than one, isn't it? More than one cur, more than one moo, more than one mow. If you're teaching secondary kids, don't use horse as your example. Follow me, Brandy knows what was my example there. More than one. Okay, so I do it again one step at a time and with what they need. Videos about the spelling patterns. I love Erica Okrent's videos. The book Uncovering the Logic of English also has a lot of videos as well. Those would be. Thank you, Jill. See, flu is short for influenza. Rev, where it ends in a word. The word rev is short for revolutions. These are so older traditional words don't end in a V or a J or a U with those. Exactly. Okay, so that would be the interesting E. Soft C and soft G. Did any group talk about the word girl or get or gift? Those don't sound like j. Why not? Why do I get gentle, gem, Jim, but not girl, but girl and get and gift?
Is girl because it's the R controlled vowel? Because of the sound?
I can't think of any examples where there would be an R controlled vowel. Okay, giraffe.
So it has to be the etymology then.
Yes, Brittany. When it really became an aha moment for me was listening to the radio and they were talking about Angela Merkel. Girl, get, gift, Angela. We say Angela because we make that a j sound because of GE, which is all of those soft, the giraffe, cinch, Jim, scent, all of those come to us from French. The soft C and soft G is a French influence. Girl, get, gift, those are older. Those are Germanic, like Angela, Angela. So it has to, Brittany, do exactly right with the etymology. So when your kids say, why? I don't get it. You just told me that GE says j, but that's not gerl. You say, you're right. That's an older word. And those older words before the French invaded, that GE make g, just like the GO or the GU or the GA. So goat and get garage and things like that. Garage, and that has the j, that's a French too. That's a that is a weird one when people say, what are you talking about? That sound, well, garage, treasure, measure, that genre, that j occurs more often than we might think. All right, last one on this list is those silent letters. Autumn, sign, bomb. You talk about autumnal, signify, signal, signification. If I resign, I give you my resignation. Hear that G sometimes there, sometimes not. I give you an assignment, but it is an assignation. Bomb, I think about bombard, bombastic, hymnal. So you can see sometimes those silent letters become sounded when I see related words. Overwhelmed yet? Our language is complex. Again, let's teach it from simple to the more and more complex as we go through. Give them those tools to help them. Think about, so you give them some word sorts. Here are some, whoops, I forgot to clear all that off. Word sorts can help them. So remember though, when you're doing word sorts, you need to make sure this is an oral activity. I was at the convention last week, or a few days ago, yesterday, and Words Their Way was there. I didn't stop to talk to them, but I went to a great Words Their Way training, and I've heard so many teachers since using it incorrectly. It is not a silent activity, folks. It may be nice and tempting to say, go sort these words. You have to lay and say. That saying piece is so crucial. That's what helps make that sound symbol connection. And so if we were live in person, I've had you sort these into the ch sound versus a j sound. And then within them, you notice that the left-hand side of the ch has TCH, the other one has CH, just like the j, we have DGE versus GE. And this is where you can help your kids see those patterns and analyze them. And if we had more time, I'd ask you to do it, but I will do it with us, is notice what comes before the TCH. It's always a short vowel, I, and ah. Versus here, I have ow, that's a long vowel. Here I have a consonant. Here I have a long vowel. So before the ch sound, you look at what comes before. The same thing with the j, these are all short vowels. And this is long, like in huge, or a consonant, the N or the R. So this is a way that you can help. How can I help teach these teacher moves? Help them see these patterns, help them with decodables where you're just giving them practice with this pattern. And then you give them natural text so that they can practice and see how common that pattern is in natural text. Okay, some more teaching tips on these. Do I have two of them? No, I think I have an animation. There we go. And I do have a reference to the yellow card, so I don't have to worry about running out to the car. Yellow means we slow down and think. There's more than one way to spell it. So some ways we can do yellow cards. I will show those in a moment. Writing the sounds. Everyone write what says f, write what says write all the ways you know how to spell k. Write how to spell k at the end of a word right after a short vowel. So, and decode to discriminate. So that and we'll do this one in a moment. Wait, I thought I read that somebody must have erased that. Where is that? Let's do that. This would be another great example, but when I have decode to discriminate, let's see if I have it. I don't have that one. Nope, I don't. But if I had, for example, a list of words that had all EA, and they would have to discriminate, is it an E like in bread or thread, or is it an A like in great or steak, or is it an E like in pea and C and trying to think of some of the other EAs, but you get the idea. Teach. So you give them decoding to discriminate. So those would be another, help them understand which one it is and which one it could be. Drawing attention to those historic and those semantic, the meaning connections, because spelling reflects meaning. Before we move off, because we are talking about this orthography, let's do this together. What are the other ones that don't work? The first line I see, three, actually. Can either help us by writing in it or underline. There we go. Jill's got NG at the beginning. Remember, CK comes at the end of a word right after a short vowel, like that one. CK comes at the end of a word right after a short vowel, so that one's fine. You don't need that double E, but G, it would be DGE after a short vowel, just like this one, I agree. Stooge, no. Grok, after a short vowel has to be a CK, doesn't it? Two I's we don't do together. You are right. We don't do the OY, right. And CH, that one's fine because it would be TCH after a short vowel. We've got a long vowel, so that one's fine. Complex, though, isn't it? Especially for our second language learners. Okay, let's show those yellow cards. I'll go ahead and clear that off. This was the example I was talking about. Oops, it's not going fast enough for me here. I already showed you some white and red, but for the yellow, so for example, what are the long A, like in baby, A consonant E like in safe, AI like in rain, AY like in play. Later on, of course, I'll get to EIGH like in away, but these are the four most common. So again, start with the most common, get them solid with that, then we'll talk about the less common ones. Okay, let's see how we're doing on time. We are getting ready for lunch soon. We have a couple minutes. We'll get into the red flags. Okay, so speech and language SLP I worked with, speech and language pathologist, once said to me, okay, you had a kid who came up to me and said, I have this, I know that this says at, and this is it, and this is good, and this is t. So what's this at? This is where we teach them that, okay, in this case, we could teach this as one unit, this says 8, or we could teach them that EIGH represents A, like in sleigh and neighbor and way, and 8, and recognizing that, but we teach them in patterns. I see something's coming into the chat. I didn't know grok was a real word. Thanks for that. Okay. So we can still teach these in an analytic way. How do we teach these? Is by looking at relationships. So many people, including I've heard Louisa Moat say, said is irregular. And I'll say, well, yes and no. Not when you look at it in relationships. Look, pay, say, and lay all have its past tense with an AID. Maybe at one point, this was like AY, but we remember too, we changed the Y to I before adding a lot of suffixes. We did that, and this is the same thing. She always says that their THEIR is irregular. And I say, yeah, but what about that? Change the Y to I. These are old words. something probably happened along the way. When we changed the letter I, we added the R. These are really, really old words. They don't necessarily follow our current rules, but there was some rules happening here. Look at that pattern, said and paid and laid. I think it actually used to be pronounced said, but it's shifted. Angie, was I seeing a raised hand there? Okay. Just want to check and make sure.
No, my family just got home.
Nice for you to be enjoying the warmth outside. Here's another pattern. We have no problems with goes, go on, and going. And yet, how often do we derive does as irregular and weird? Let's teach it as the pattern. Your base word is do. Add the ES, the N, or the NE or the ING, just like you do for goes, go on, and going. Show the patterns. Another, excuse me. Another one is that L in would and could and should. With the first two, you can make the L connection to will and shall, because you don't hear it. Would, could, you don't hear that L. Now, then someone says, what about the could? Well, there isn't an L in can, you're right. My theory is that we already had would and should in our language. And when we came up with could, we said, well, it rhymes with would and should. Let's spell it the same way. How else would you spell it? That's a good question. Could. I can't think of a way that may make sense. It doesn't sound weird. So and when my kids ask about, my own kids, these strange spellings, I'm like, got a better idea? We do the best we can. All right, here's another one where you can look at examples and connections. The CH in teach translated to a GH in those old words. Like the TCH here again became the UGH here. So look for those patterns as much as possible. Our morphological knowledge allows us to judge when words are related, even when in meaning, when they're pronounced differently. Think about wild and wilderness, judge and judicial, predict and predicate, or the predicate, number and numerous. That B is there because of French. When in doubt, blame the French. Say that affectionately. It's my second language. All right. Oh, we are at 10:46. I wanted to give you these red teaching tips first. And then we'll go on break and I'll talk about orthographic mapping. And we'll get into syllables when we come back from lunch. So this last thing, I'm just going to let, okay. I'm going to do one more minute. The yellow equals slow down slide. Yes, during lunch. I will do that. Why don't we stop here? And I'll go into the red ones when we get back, because there's a little bit of explanation that goes into the orthographic mapping piece. So when someone asked me to yellow means to slow down, I think you meant, wait. Let's see. Yellow, not the yellow cards. Did you mean the one where I had the stoplight? This one? No. Okay, hold on, I'll try again. Yellow means to slow down. Maybe this one. Nope. No.
I think it was right after you talked about the word sorts.
The word sorts. Teaching tips? Nope, that's that one. Word sorts were yellow cards, really rare patterns. This one? Oh, yep, that one. Okay, I'll leave that up during our lunch. Okay, so we are a little bit over. So instead of coming back at 12:15, we will come back at 12:18. So we're pausing for lunch here. So I'm going to stop the recording. Welcome back for lunch, everyone. Glad to see so many people joining into the chat. We're going to jump from the yellow to the really rare relationships, so there are really rare patterns. We went through this slide already, so let's get into the teaching tips, back to the orthographic mapping, because this is, and then we will put you into breakout rooms to share and talk to each other about orthographic mapping. we already did the statistics piece. Good. So we're going to get into syllables as well as in just a moment. So when we're talking about the orthographic mapping, what we're really talking about is this interactive back and forth between letters and sounds. Orthographic mapping is a process that goes on in our brains that is, like I said earlier, implicit for many of our kids. We need to make explicit for those who need additional support, particularly kids with dyslexia. It requires our ability to segment the sounds of words and connect them to their symbols. So decoding reading goes from symbol to sound. This is going to go from sound to symbol. And it follows that same process regardless of how clear, whether it's a green word, how clearly, easily transparent, whether it's a yellow or whether it's a red. So I'm going to illustrate this this way. So this is where spelling by analogy comes in, which is a well-researched approach. So I'm first going to draw a line. I sometimes do it on the slide. I didn't do it here. Between the orthographic mapping on the bottom and the phonologic decoding on the top. Thanks, everyone. So the phonologic decoding is where, so the eye is what the kid sees and the mouth is what the kid says. So they see these letters and they're going to translate those letters to their sounds. So in this case, s, it, and they blend together to make sit. In this case, we have an I consonant E. Remember that split digraph, and this becomes sight. And we have another IGH that also represents sight. And so these two, this is sit. You see that little brev for a short, and these two are both sight. Now, that's the decoding process. For a strong reader, this next process happens implicitly. For our weaker readers, they need us to help support them with that. So the first step is, what were the sounds in the word? The word you read was sit. What were those sounds? They were s, I, and t. Now, how did you write, or what letter represented the s sound? What letter spelled I? What letter spelled t? So you can see now they're connecting. You can even do it backwards or do it out of order. The key piece is making sure you're connecting the letters, the sounds with the letters that represent those sounds. You do the same thing. In this case, the s and the t. Whoops, my arrow is off a little bit. There should be the t sound going to the T. And in this case, now we have the I by the I consonant E. And in this one, we have the S and the T are the same, and the I is the IGH. So it's this interactive back and forth. People often ask me, what can I do to help with orthographic mapping? The really big piece is spelling. It's really spelling. So I think we just had a breaking up opportunity recently. So I'm actually going to continue on and we'll do our breakout soon. So let me clear all that off. We talked about the statistics already. So next we're going to move into syllables. All right. If there's anything you need me to stop for, please let me know, because this is really, you have to be able to know your sound symbol correspondences in order to do syllables. When we're talking about syllables, we're talking about both spoken and written. We can do a lot of syllable work early on with our kids orally. But when we talk about syllable types in writing, look at all the other pieces that have come beforehand in my scope and sequence. I understand that one-to-one, those are my greens. I understand digraphs, 2 letters that make one sound. And some of those are green, like the TH. Many of them are yellow, like the CK, the DGE, and our trigraphs, TCH, IGH. Then we get into what they're calling vowel teams. I'm going to call vowel digraphs and trigraphs as well. Blends, where you have each letter representing its own sound, but you kind of squish them together. So you might have, like, for example, crash has the k as a blend. You still are hearing them. Or even lunch is a blend at the end with the n and ch. So those blends can be individual letters, but they can also be letters with digraphs or trigraphs. The word families, which contributes to, if you think of like all or aus, some of those that are very common occurring connections. And then inflections are morphemes that we'll talk about a little bit later when it talks about the suffixes ed, s, ing. we're getting into now syllable types, which is really in written language, a little bit different from spoken language. And when I say that, and let me put this link in the chat box for you. Oh, I thought I had it in my notes. Let's see if I can grab this. And I see something coming into the chat. I'll look into that copy link address. This is a good article. Hi, welcome everyone back on syllables and syllable types from Reading Rockets. So, and I mentioned that the difference between oral and written is that sometimes too, the way we divide words orally doesn't match how we might divide them in writing. And so there are people who criticize syllable types as being artificial. For me, it's a tool. If it's a tool that helps kids pronounce the words appropriately, great. Then let's use it. If morphemes are a tool that they need to use, great, let's use it. Let's use whatever tool they need. And when I say these conventions are for spelling, it's orthography, it's not speech. For these examples here, when I say what are the syllables in middle, you're going to go middle instead of, but we write it with 2 Ds because otherwise it would be midle. But 2 Ds helps us remind our kids, remember that that I is short. That's why when we have bugle, it has 1 G, but bubble has 2 Bs. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So if that's not making sense yet, it will. The affectation is, again, how I might say it, but I'm going to divide it between the 2 Fs to remind me that I have that short A, and there before it becomes affectation. Fect is a morpheme. So this is where we get into the fuzziness when people say, do I divide here or here? I'm like, well, I'll say sometimes it depends on how you're going to pronounce it. You know, a great example would be the nonsense word that would, I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head, but I'll try this. Oh, this one. People say, is that moku or maku? My answer is yes. Most commonly would be moku, but it could be mock. It could be, you could be dividing that K after the K, because even if you think of it, so many words like in Polish and Polish, it depends. Is it Polish dividing after the O, or is it Polish dividing after the L? So those are, the answer is yes. So some of those nonsense words, this is where you have to think about how is it dividing within that word? What's going to make most sense to the word that you are trying to read? Again, meaning comes into play. If you don't know the meaning, I'm not going to help you out on that. Okay, thanks everyone. All right, so when we're talking about syllables, I'm already telling you that there are 6, and there is an example of each in this sentence. And I showed you how to get to the handout. But my invitation to you is take a moment. Oh, Jill, I see that furrow brow. Do you remember all the 6 syllable types? So put into the chat box, see if you can remember either what it's called or an example, your own example of each that you see in there. What would you call the 6 syllable types? So let's get those into the chat box a little bit coming on that. Mary Beth says open and closed. I think we've talked a little bit about those. The open, like in and Polish. Someone's got Velcro. I love that one. A post from the Glean trainings. Was that Clover or Velcro that was Jill in the Glean trainings? You have open, closed. Now I would be careful about that silent E. Definitely R controlled. The silent E I might call an E controlled, or a vowel, the vowel digraph, or the split digraph, or a vowel consonant E. You have your consonant L. I think we've got them all in there. The poster of the 6 syllable types, Jill. Okay, in the Glean. So let's pull them up. I think I saw all of these come up. There is one thing that I do. Let's see if I still have it here. Yes, I do. I teach the A consonant E with a little loop because it is a connected piece. So A consonant E, when my kids decode that on the board, they actually underline the A, they draw a loop, and then they underline the E because those are connected. It is a split digraph. Those work together as a team. Now, I will say that when I taught these, and I'm not going to go into each individual one in interest of time because I want us to be able to get to morphemes too. I don't think I will. I'll have to look and see. It's been a while. But one thing a couple of things I will point out while we're here on this one is that there are only 2 of these that I don't tend to do with until I'm ready to do multisyllabic words. One of them's pretty easy, right? Because here you cannot do, where's my drawing feature here? You cannot do the vowel consonant E unless you have multisyllabic. That's just not possible. This one is a French influenced spelling. If you think of how Canadians still spell center and meter with a RE instead of ER, that's what's happening here with the consonant LE. So these ones are absolutely multisyllabic. You cannot do this one until you're ready to move to multisyllabic words. This one I'm going to include in there as well, even though I may have, I do have a video, actually I do have a little bit quickly on all these, a video where you see an early first grade teacher, I think she's first, maybe kindergarten, but I think she's first, teaching these two. Now I taught older kids, I taught kids in 4th through 6th with dyslexia. And I did not teach these open until I was ready to move to multisyllabic words because there aren't very many of them. You'll see those in a moment. So all the rest of them, you can do single syllable words for a long time. So you can see the vowel consonant silent E. I might call it vowel consonant E. I might call it a vowel digraph, split digraph, whatever you want to call them, vowel teams. I think too, let's start using, say, vowel digraphs. We call TCH or I'm sorry, TH, a consonant digraph. Why not call this a vowel digraph? It could simplify it. So these terms are some of the older terms that I used at Chartwell, but I think that simplifying it would be easier for our kids. A digraph is 2 letters that make one sound, whether it's a vowel digraph or a consonant digraph. Okay, so we're going to clear all those off, and I'm going to give you some references where you can have takeaways for you on those. One is, oh, I hope this is the right one for this. The Common Core Appendix A. Let's see if this works before I put it in the chat box because they keep changing that. But you can see in the Common Core, there is Appendix A, a list of the syllable types, a definition, and examples. And then this Clover handout is in our handouts, our ADA compliant handouts. It's just called Clover handout. It was one my colleague Kate Franken made. Let's check this ADA compliant list though and make sure that it works for you before I put it into the chat box. I'll put that one in. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Because if this isn't the good one, I will show you where to get it. So let me get that. Please. I always say technology is great until it's not. Oh, it looks, nope. No, it wasn't. All right, we're going to go to our tinyurl.com explicit literacy handouts. And it is in the top block, which is just like the introduction piece. So it is Common Core Appendix A. Let's make sure it works. I feel like I have fixed this one, but I'm going to let's follow it and make sure it works before I put it in the chat box for you. I'll make a note to fix Appendix A. Yes. So this one, though, has a little bit before it. You need to scroll down to Appendix A, starts on page 11. I sometimes ask people if you've heard of Appendix A. In interest of time, I'm just going to share it with you and understand. If you haven't heard of it or used it, I totally understand. Because it says research supporting key elements of the standards. Nowhere does it say on this introductory first page that down here on, nope, not that one. It's usually page 7. What page are we on here? 10. We want to go to 17 in the text. I think it's this one. Yes, reading foundational skills starts on page 27 of this doc. Look, phonemes, grapheme correspondences. All the phonemes, common spellings. Same thing with the consonants, now the vowels. And on page here, 20, oops, that's single, doublets, trigraphs, trigraphs. Here we go, our syllable types are on page 21. Page 31 of this document, I'll put it into the chat box for us. Someone is saying, oops, that they're not seeing the shared screen anymore. Jill, are you seeing the Common Core Appendix A? You are seeing it correctly. So let me try to Other people are seeing it. I will just, to make sure that everyone can, I'm just going to do a stop share and reshare for us. Sometimes we have glitches. We always say technology is great until it's not. Okay. All right. How's that? Heads, thumbs up, Jill or Libby. Thank you. Okay. All right. So this is a resource for you that you can take away with the list of the syllable types. Be careful, as we all do. Everyone's human. People make mistakes. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Notice how dapple, hostile, and beverage. Well, beverage is 3 syllable, not 2, right? So they should have made another division there. Compete, despite, for interestingly, they didn't put the division there. They sometimes divided them, sometimes didn't. Program, table, recent, they're underlining the open syllables there. Vowel teams, they've underlined TI. Nope. TI and FUL are not your vowel teams there, or your vowel digraphs. The vowel R's, yep, they've got those, and they got the consonant LEs. So again, it's a useful reference, but I think the Clover one is even better, and that's in our ADA compliance. Okay, a couple things coming into chat. Great, thank you. Uh-oh. Hopefully that'll work out for you, Yoshi. Okay, so we already talked about that. So we're going to get into those a little bit, each syllable type, and feel free to take screenshots too. Whoops, I went too far, too fast. You think it clicked and it didn't. Okay, here we go. So just a brief overview of the different types, and then we're going to give you some time to practice with them. That the closed syllable has the short vowel. It has that consonant closing off the vowel. And as again, and with the teaching, we have the consonant, the keyword, the sound, A, apple, or A followed by a consonant, so it makes A at the end of a closed syllable, so it makes so you can see the different ways that you can be adjusting that. Very, very, very common. Notice I haven't underlined all of the vowels, because not all of those are making a short sound. Some people will say, well, about the other E on the A in elephant. Notice those become schwad. Those are swallowed. Elephant. It's not elephant. So it's the ones that are clear. Same thing with octopus. Octopus. The ones that are stressed get their key clear sound. So speaking of closed syllables and those sounds, let's just do a quick, you put it into the chat box, or you can annotate. One of these words is made up of only closed syllables. Which one is it? I think someone's doing some thinking there. Momentum. We've got an open syllable with mo, don't we? Establish. Jasmine said that one has only closed. Confiscate. We have a split digraph, don't we, there with the Kate. So let's see what's coming into the chat box. Establish is what everyone's putting into chat. We have a couple momentums. Carolyn and Rhonda, do you see why? Let me get my, I see why people weren't seeing it. I paused the share somehow. Hopefully I'm working on it now. Okay, so let's decode these. Momentum. So here, this is open. We have closed and closed. This one, closed, closed, closed. And this one, I have a closed, closed, and an A consonant E. So confiscate. Make sense? Momentum. It could be pronounced momentum. You're right. Momentum. That's an interesting way to put it. In this case, you would divide it here, but that would be momentum. Momentum. That would have the accent there. So it may not be a strong momentum, but it's not momentum, is it? So again, it's whatever tools you need to be able to pronounce it correctly. Established, yes, definitely. Could be confusing because it's not established. This is one of the things that I hear all the time, and I frankly, it took me a long time to think about, would be Is it economics or economics? I love Jill's response. Yep. Because I hear the economics on the radio and I hear economics. And so again, this is language change. Language changes as we use it. Okay, so that kind of led into the open syllable. I think we're clear on what those are. I have some underlining examples. Exactly. So much that's language change. So this is where the most important thing, I can't believe I haven't incorporated it here, but the most important thing we teach kids, the absolute most important thing we teach is that, in case you haven't noticed from these conversations we're having, that print is a representation of speech that is imperfect, but predictable. So think about the word butter. How many of you actually put butter on your toast? Or do you put butter on your toast? Notice how it becomes more of a d sound. On the radio, I hear it all the time, and I know we all say, you remember earlier when I used the example, did you eat yet? We don't say, did you eat yet? Yeah, hey, did you eat yet? You hungry? We don't write exactly how we speak. We all speak a little bit differently. So it is an imperfect relationship between speech and print, but it's a predictable one. Okay. I want to do a little bit of this video, and then what we'll do is go through the other syllable types, and then we'll give you a pause to reflect before we get into syllable division. So let me make sure I'm sharing with sound, because this is such a fun little video showing the teacher I mentioned doing the difference between open and closed with her kids. So I'm going to pause the recording. There we go. Now we're recording again. I appreciate the support. Thank you for those. You definitely have to interrupt sometimes. So yes, Morgan, you're right. It does depend on the grade level and what they're encountering in their texts. Because if you go to the Common Core state standards, I think that there isn't the expectation to know all syllable types until the end of first grade, maybe second. I'm trying to remember, but definitely not before that. So we start thinking about what are the expectations, what are they exposed to? And you're right, as they get older, they're going to be exposed to more syllable types. How about someone else? Another group. Thank you, Morgan, for sharing.
Our group, this is connected to that last conversation. So I brought up in our group that I also teach in a primary school, and it becomes really frustrating when our district adopted curriculum doesn't introduce syllables at all until like the very end of second grade. And, you know, yes, of course, we are teaching to the standards, but when you have teachers who are very like, I have to teach the district adopted curriculum, like through and through, or they're new to the profession and they haven't been, you know, they haven't learned about this stuff yet, it becomes really difficult to try to get everybody on board. And then not to mention that if every classroom is supplementing with something different, like there's no equity, you don't really know exactly what kids are getting in the classroom because it's not coming from the curriculum. So it just becomes an issue.
Definitely. You're making me want to pull up the standards. Oh, you did, didn't you? I hate when it comes up in the internet instead of Adobe, but remind myself where, like I said, I think it was like first or second grade. I know I've done many times a syllable in a search, and we do have here, I'll share screen. In the Common Core, the word syllables comes up under phonological awareness. We're talking about understanding oral syllables in kindergarten. And then let's see, in first grade, we're under foundational print concepts. So we are still that understanding of phonological awareness there. We have, let's keep going. Grade 1, regularly spelled one syllable words. So that could be four or five of the different syllable types. Grade 2, regularly spelled two syllable words with long vowels. So you're getting into I think all the syllable types by then, if I remember correctly. Let's see how much further it's going to go. Two syllable words with following basic patterns. I'm trying to remember anywhere if it said all of the syllables here. Multisyllabic words, grade 3. That's the last reference. Syllable patterns here, grade 3. That was the last reference to syllables. Some other things are coming into the chat. Let's see, pull that up for us. And Brittany, does that kind of coincide with what you were saying as well? I think you just nodded. Okay. It looks like I forgot to share, resume share the Common Core. My apologies on that. I forget, I freeze it and then I forget to unfreeze it. It's a tool that I'm still learning to use. So here's where I was saying that the Common grade 3, grade references to syllables here in grade 2, where they talk about regularly spelled 2-syllable words and 2-syllable words in grades 1. How about one last group before we move on? Anything else that you haven't heard that you talked about?
We kind of chatted a little bit about like the Dibbles testing and the I forget this word every time. The non-words.
Like nonsense words?
Nonsense words, yeah. And we were talking about, I was talking about we have a really high like EL population, and they have a hard time because we teach kiddos that letters make sounds and those letters come together to build words. And so they're trying to read those. And it wasn't until just recently, like when we're finally doing that structured literacy push, that we're figuring out that, oh, like those are all like closed or open syllable parts. And so they're actually trying to get kiddos to be able to decode without actually knowing that they're decoding, because those are chunks of big words eventually. So it's like, it's kind of been interesting, like now that I've been teaching for 5 years, like the first couple of times I'm like, why are they even like, why are they testing on these things? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then putting it together finally and realizing that like, oh, they're just like chunks of words and it's helping kiddos learn to decode. But even some kiddos that are super high fluency, but then they go to try to make sense of those and they're like scoring really low, but just kind of having that conversation, and that for them to understand that like they're just word parts. So you don't have to try to make sense of them every single time on those specifically. Even taking that little 5 seconds of explanation sometimes will help them to understand that they don't have to make sense every single time of it.
That's a great point, Brittany, because I have a girl I was working with, a neighbor who does not like the nonsense words for that very reason. I do have a free nonsense word test that's available online. It is in our resources under our introduction section. It's this highlighted one, nonsense word test. And it does go through our short vowels, some digraphs and blends, some vowel teams or vowel digraphs and trigraphs. And then we have some multisyllabic words there. Go ahead, Abby.
So in our group, we were talking about how at the older elementary or even middle school grade levels, those syllables then can connect with the meanings to help you decode larger words, those larger multisyllabic words, to help kids read at those higher levels. So we were talking about vocabulary words and breaking those apart and helping kids understand how they can figure out what a word means to help them continue to learn.
Thank you, Abby. I definitely appreciate that. Well, and what you two have been talking about is a great segue into the syllable division. Is how do you divide these words into syllables? And frankly, there are only 4 ways. We either divide between 2 consonants. We divide before a consonant if there's only one. We divide after the consonant if there's only one. Or we divide between 2 vowels, like in quiet or idea, 3 syllables. So those are really, and it's again, sometimes you have to play around with it between open and closed with only one consonant in between. But I've also put them in the order of commonality. that if you look at about 100 words with one consonant between the two vowels, you're going to have about 75% of them you're going to divide after the vowel, like an open or pony or tiger. So these are and for my older kids, I would just have this as a poster on my wall as a reference, just to help them. My younger kids, I would do these one at a time. I wouldn't show anything but the first one that we're learning. Then when we learn the second one, I'll add that one on. Then we'll add the third one, I would add that on, so as not to overwhelm them. Yes, using some of those Edgar Allan Poe, Shakespeare, some of those that really help as well. Okay, when I teach them, here's some teaching tips. Starting with compound words really helps. Lots of writing and reading, decoding. Here are two different strategies. There's the spot and dot syllable division, and then there's a patterns, which I'll demonstrate for you on the next slide, because that one will take a little bit of writing with me. That thinking about the compound words is easier to detect syllables and the spelling of each base when it stays the same. So my other tips here is that when you're moving into multisyllabic words and you're getting into these syllable division, start where you have two letters that are the same, like, because that's visually easy to remember where you divide between, like in rabbit or tennis. Then you move into letters that are different, like here in velvet. And then lots of exploration, and then fading the support as much as possible. And I'm going to demonstrate that also on the patterns. So this is what we used to do at Chartwell. I'm going to get my writing tool here, and I'm also going to use red, because my students, by the time we get here, have gotten very accustomed to underlining their vowels. But now I say, oh, well, wait, you've underlined two things. Remember what we learned? And I've got that poster with the two consonants and the division between. So remember what we learned is when we have two different vowels that aren't together, it's not a digraph or a trigraph. These are separated by consonants, and not just one, it's not a vowel consonant E. I'm going to need to divide between those because I have two different syllables. There is a vowel sound in every syllable in English. So I've underlined two things, I need to divide between them. And the most scaffolded, when I'm first teaching it to them, I'm going to tell them, I'm going to draw a pattern line from the first vowel sound to the second vowel sound. Now I'm going to label these. This is a vowel, this is a consonant, this is a consonant, and this is a vowel. And remember our poster, the most common is between the two consonants. So now syllable by syllable, remember the O followed by a consonant. This is a closed syllable, is going to represent ah, so this is wom. And a followed by a consonant is a followed by a consonant is a, so this becomes bat. And then I put it together, my word is wombat. And if my kid's up at the pocket chart or at the whiteboard and he's decoded this word, and he says wombat, and the rest of the class, if he did it correctly, you repeat wombat. But if Brittany stays quiet, and I say, Brittany, I noticed you didn't reread that. Why? She said, because he didn't say wombat. He said wombit or wombutt or whatever, or something else. Wimbat. I said, okay, good point. I want you to try that again, Matt, and he's going to recode it for us. So that's where I can get the engagement from the students to make sure that they're following along and with us too. Then a little less scaffolded later on, Andrea comes up and she underlines her vowels. She divides between the syllables. Napkin, puts it together. Her word is napkin. And the class can do that. I do the same thing with my opens, is I try here. Again, I draw my pattern line if I need to. If it's early enough, I pull back that scaffold as quickly as I can. Oh, sorry, I can't talk and write together at the same time, obviously, because that C should be a V. I label these vowel, consonant, vowel, and the most common is here. Now here, once I get to this point, I try it here. Is seven a word you know? Nope. All right, let's try it the other way. Is seven a word you know? Yes. So it really helps to use words the kids know. Cabin is a great one. Is it cabin? Is it cabin? Yeah, cabin isn't a word you know, but cabin is. You've been to a cabin in the woods, right? So, or you've heard of a cabin in Goldilocks and the Three Bears. They live in a cabin. I mentioned earlier, be careful of schwa. This can be very difficult and tricky. So this is clear and easy for reading, and very difficult for spelling, because this becomes an about. When my son was going into school, he said, Mom, A says I said, yes, honey, but your teacher once wanted you to say A. He says, ah, because he was right. A does represent and a and a, but it depends on the conditions, doesn't it? About an enemy, family, how many times does that just get swallowed? Parrot, support, analysis. Notice we're just swallowing these syllables. They don't really get clearly spoken. So we say it's unstressed, but it's at the reality. It's, I mean, for example, the word the has a schwa. So it's unstressed might not be the word I would choose with kids. I would say actually I would use unstressed, because even with the word the, there is an alternate pronunciation as the. I would like the car, please. I mean, it's an old-fashioned pronunciation, perhaps, or it's a stressed version. And in our language, we have what's called a stressed timed language. That's one of the videos you can find in the Padlet. Is that we don't stress every syllable equally like they do in some languages. We stress the important syllables and the important words. So when I'm saying I'm going to the store, notice how store got so much, and even those are the important things. Everything else gets kind of swallowed, if we will. So the schwa will take over because I don't say I am going to the store. It doesn't get the same amount of stress when the timing and the stress comes from what's important. And so that's why we have the schwa for these. All right, what do we do with decoding and encoding? And then I'm going to do practice for us. And I have some more practice in the chat box, but we can get to that later. In the Jamboard. So the first thing we do, what we did at Chartwell, and for your kids, particularly even your younger ones, they learn some suffixes. Your suffix Y, like in sunny, or the en, like to darken, or to well, we're not going to get into happy because it's usually considered one word, but it is a suffix with a double being P. We'll get into that in a little bit, but even your youngest, let's box your suffixes. That's what I mean by isolate. Some people circle, some people underline. I'm going to box my suffixes. And so you'll notice that my ES makes it more than one. And I have a prefix. Pre means before, suff means after. And fix is my base word. It means to attach. I'm going to underline my vowels. In this case, OW makes the ow sound. Vowel. And I've boxed my ES here, my S, my vowels. And the letter combinations for my younger kids, maybe I want them to underline the SH or underline the TCH, whatever I'm going to need them to focus on to make sure that they're going to correctly read it. We're dividing between the syllables. And remember that this is here because of the optional pattern line for their initial learning. And we, just like I illustrated, we read the vowel sounds first. The vowel sounds are the hardest parts for kids. So get that vowel sound clear first, then go sound by sound for each syllable, and then syllable by syllable to put it together, and then adding your suffixes and your prefixes. On the other side, that's our print to speech, that's reading. From speech to print for writing, you're going to do the same thing. If your word is wombat, 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 I have two syllables, wombat. First syllable is wom, vowel sound, ah. I identify that. Remember that vowel sound is the hardest one. So the vowel sound ah, represented by O, like an O, like an ah, like an olives. And then I go sound by sound for, whoops, I'm thinking about bat, not bot. So I'll go ahead and erase that. So I got my ah for wom, and then I'm going to make the others to make it ooh. That's wom. My second syllable was bat, vowel sound ah, which is made by the A. And then I've spelled that one out, bat, I can't get the idea. Wombat. I make sure I put it together. I decode if I need to check that I'm right. And I can then continue with the following syllables and make sure I have all of the sounds in my word represented. A couple things are coming in chat box. Sometimes stress the when reading the end, like the end, yes. The owl. Well, that's an interesting set. the ball, the ball.
I think it's because of the speech, just being a speech therapist. The is easier to go to a vowel and the is easier to go to a
It's
consonant.
easier, yes, but I think of, for example, will you hand me the apple? And it becomes the, you're right. It's kind of like when we use and versus and it's a pronunciation piece. But it's again, where's the stress? Will you hand me the apple? Will you hand me that? You're right. It is an easier way to say. I like how, Casey has said, well, the end. We can do that as well. So it's not an always, but it is a ease, and it's where your stress is. All right. So rather than put you in the breakout rooms again, I'm going to do this whole group. I've made this one difficult. And we're going to actually have lots of more decoding reviews. So we'll do this one together, and then I will give you some time to do a couple others in groups just to practice and chat about them. Okay, so unless, do you guys want to do this one together in group breakouts or whole group? Let's do this one together. This one's hard. Whole group, I'm looking at, right? Okay. All right, so this one we've got, you can either, thanks, whole group, thanks. You can either underline and do things. I will do the first, I'll do bamboozle because that one's a little bit weird with the zol. So I usually half bracket the consonant LE just to recognize this is its own little weird thing. You could also divide it here if you need, but my kids, it was easier for them just to recognize ZLE makes zol. This is the only one we have with that. So that's why I'm doing it this one. I'm underlining my vowels. I half bracket my ZLE. So, and I see I have two consonants here. I'm going to divide here. So my first syllable is bam, second is boo, and last is zol. My word is bamboozle. So I see someone working on immune. I see that they have divided it correctly. I would also then continue and make sure you underline to help you know where to divide. U consonant E. We're going to keep that together. There are some weird ones here. Yeah, like how someone's recognizing the shus. Let's just put that all together. That'd be so much easier. Sometimes we have it as a, remember that the OU is what is our vowel sound here, that the CI is making a sh sound. All right, let's see what else was coming in. Mer, remember the R is a part of this team here. The ER, mer, chan, dice. I'm going to make your I consonant E for dice. Marshmallow, you've got your vowels underlined. Now make sure you divide. I'm not sure if I did nincompoop or someone else, but it looks good. Nincompoop. Scrumptious. Now remember, not the I. There you go, just the O and the U together. The I is part of that T combination. Judicial. So I would do the I here, because the CI, remember, is like the TI. These are hard ones I wouldn't give my kids. These are stretch ones for us because of the sh and commercial and judicial. Let's see, spectroheliograph. You all got it. Strengthen. Now the question, I see there's a lot of working here. How many syllables in strengthen? 2. Strength and then N. So it's actually a suffix here on the base word strength. But if you haven't taught suffixes yet, you could teach it as just a multisyllabic word with strength. You're not going to separate that TH. There you go. I would do that as well. You could do strengthen, but it's easier to do strengthen, that one. Commercial, abstraction, dentistry. Okay, let's look at smudge. How many syllables? I see we're looking at DGE, so I'm going to circle it as a trigraph. How many syllables in smudge? 1, just 1. So all you really need to do with your kids is to underline the U. Unless they're early, young kids who are still working on DGE, later on, when they're older, all they need to do is underline the U. Because it's a single syllable word. DGE is a trigraph that represents J. Bit of practice incident. That's okay, Tiffany. We've got a lot going. I think we all are talking about it. It's complex, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to clear all that off. And I'm going to give you some opportunity. I've a couple other things before we give you your teaching. One and another practice opportunity is, you notice sometimes I'm giving you a visual prompt. And that's if I use my flashcards, like I showed you earlier, when I showed you, for example, CK Jack. This is, so this is the why. What am I doing here? This is the why. This is the how. And these are examples of how I can do that. So why visual prompts is going to lead to the reading and the decoding versus auditory prompts. If I said, write what says k, or Jill, can you write in the air what says k? Most commonly, she's going to go, well, there you go, C, or the K, or the CK at the end of a word right after a short vowel. So those are that's the auditory prompt, is if I give you a sound first, and then you make the letters. There's connecting the sounds of those words to their printed forms. And again, flashcards, dictated words, lots of writing and text. Here are some other practice opportunities that I've found. The one on the left, I found at a conference, and I thought that looks something easy to make. You just get a paper plate and your little brads, I think, or those are called, and you can move the bull around and make lots of words that have like noble, table, marble, thimble. Make sure they're all real words for our kids, please. They'd appreciate that. But there are those nonsense words, stum and K and no and tay and mar. Speaking of the no and K and tay, I had a teacher once whom I was observing, and she had a bunch of consonants written on, let's just go B, A, whoops, no consonants. Oops, I did that one already. We'll do this. And then she took her vowel and she put them in front. And she wanted to do ba, ma, fa, la, sa. And I said, that would be bay, may, fe, lay, say. Let's put the vowel beforehand if you want them to practice it, and do ab, am, af, al, as. Well, okay, we'll use that example, but you get the idea. So keeping in mind that goes with the logic of the language, that this would be K. It would not be ka. Because K, bull, no bull, table, marble, thimble. It needs to, remember, have the consonant after it, like the rub, rubble, versus if it were without the B, it would be ruble. Like gable, not gabble. So keeping in mind how that's going to be pronounced. And so here's a bunch of nonsense words you could use that become real words when you stick the BLE on them. This was fancy folding. Going from fin to fine, snip to snipe. I saw one person do really fancy folding once that went from no to not to note. I don't know if I could reproduce that. That was pretty tricky. Oh, good. It's in the Jamboard. Fantastic. I have done those in the Jamboard. Okay. And lastly, before we get into our practice, and I want you to just have a chance to chat about this. It'll be shorter. I'll make a smaller breakout, because I want you to be able to play around with these. I have 2 decoding reviews for us. Is as we are developing our kids' fluency, one, we need to make sure that they decode the words. We get it right first. That's the accuracy. So we tell them, stop, I don't want you guessing. I want you to sound it out. Slow down to get it right. Then we can speed up and develop our automaticity through our repeated practice. So for the decoding review, I have a couple more into the chat box. In the Jamboard, I have this one and I have this one. I'm going to do a little bit more though, rather than release you back into, since we just had our breakout. I'm going to do a couple more things and let you do both the decoding review in our Jamboard and another one on etymology. So I'm going to show those here in our Jamboard. So we're on slide 4 here. All right, so 5 we just did. 6 and 7 are for you to practice in your groups. But then 8 is one that we're going to be talking about in a moment. And this one is which language origin do these come from? So I'm going to key that up a little bit so that when you are in your breakouts in a moment, you're going to look at 6, 7, and 8, not beyond that, because we're going to get to that. That's a morphology. If there are too many people at once in your breakout room, what you can do is make one per breakout room. You see these 3 little dots. One of your options here is to make a copy. So that way, if there are too many people on it at once and it's jammed up, just make yourself a copy here with this little, the 3 little dots next to share. You can make your own copy. Okay, so we'll clear all that off for now. Now let's see what's coming to the chat. Thank you. The Jamboard link. Let me get those for you. And is there anyone while I'm doing this who still needs the attendance link? Please let me know. We only need it once per day, but we do need to make sure. And I'll grab this resources for us as well. All right. It's coming. Thank you for your patience. Oh, you're being difficult. Copy link URL. There we go. Okay, those are in for you. So a couple little bit before you go and do those here, this is in the practice for you, is to think about the historical influences on syllables. So notice these are the main 3 layers: our Old English, our Latin, and our Greek. So the Old English, you'll see just about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I was going to say also 6 syllable types. It is our oldest base of our language. We have about 35% of our language is Anglo-Saxon. We use it about 65% of the time, especially those of you teaching K1-2, you're going to use most of the Old English, which is really hard for our kids. Latin and Greek are so much more regular and easy to read. Old English, not at all. So the Latin, though, are mainly closed syllables. Some vowel consonant are controlled. You get those in a lot of our like transpire, extreme, irrigate. Those are really common. Your Greek are more your content specific. So if you've heard people talk about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 words, tier 1 we think of as our Anglo-Saxon Old English. You don't really have to teach the meanings of those to kids. Reading or writing, that's a whole nother story. Latin and Greek, those are where you're going to be teaching. Those are your tier 2 and tier 3 much more often. The Latin is about 55% of our words, and a Greek approximately 11. So to go into that a little bit more, I do have a handout for you on different kinds of influences, but here are a few kind of tools for you to think. Those Old English, you think about your family words, the hearth words. Your closed syllables, your open syllables, here are just examples of all of them. Your vowel consonant E, your vowel teams, a lot of compound words, suffixes like hood, childhood, adulthood, ISH would be one. The like in twilight are prefixes: awake, alive, around, between, beneath, beside. That prefix be. Some French influences, the French that make things really difficult. The sh, elite, the icon, the elite marine. Notice how we've got an in for all those eyes. Chic. We have the sh. We have the k, the antique and critique. The courtesy, courage, bureau, royal, matinee, damage, college, soup, ballet, honor. I mean, when things are really tricky and lots of words, letters you don't hear as well, those are French. But it's huge in our language. The French invaded in 1100 and they stayed for 200 years. So we have a lot of French in our language. And then the Latin and the Greek is really, Latin is more fixed structures. Those are easier to find than the Greeks. They're both really, the Greek would be things like meter. The Latin would be things like your bound roots like spire, and spec like inspection, port like portable. So when you could add lots and lots of prefixes and suffixes, those are your Latin based. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to play around with those etymological roots. And we do have a word origin sort that I'll actually share this while you're in your groups, because I want you to have a chance to look at this as well as the other things in the Jamboard. So this one, you can tell me, is it Anglo-Saxon? Is it Greek? Is it French? And talk about why. as well as those pieces in the Jamboard. We have 2 decoding pages that you can explore and talk about, as well as this one on what's the language origin. So I'm going to pause and put us into, thank you, Casey, into breakout rooms for you to explore, what did I say, frames here 6, 7, and 8, as well as the word origin sort that I will be sharing virtually with us. All right, so pausing the recording. We resume recording. I think we have everyone back.
Recorded.
I think that people are still coming back from breakout rooms, so we'll just give people a minute.
Okay, I guess we're out.
Sorry about that, Wendy.
That's okay.
We're back whole group now. We'll talk. I gave 9 minutes, but apparently there were some issues with the sharing, so I apologize on that. However, it looks like everyone did a great job working on this one. Okay, here's a good question on this one. I will bring up a few things as we talk about these, and then we'll go back to the other one. One, and please do interrupt it with a raise hand if got questions that you have. This is an interesting one because your word is actually blame, your base word. So able is your suffix, and your base word is an A consonant E for blame. You had to drop the E when you added the A your suffix that began with a vowel. We'll be talking about that in a moment. That's a hard one. Gingerly, creamy, good, embroidering, window, swaying, toasted, count, less, understood, foolish, paintless. Questions on that one? Whoops. How did everyone do? What are some things we talked about? Feel free to share on fixing that. Go ahead. There's some fuzziness coming in. Let's see where's that coming from. What about the LY in which one, Erin?
Oh my goodness. It's bitterly and gingerly. They look different. Is there one that's correct, or are they both right?
And gingerly, let's see. Suffix ly, it's not letting me draw on it, so I'm gonna have to use my Zoom drawing. I agree with you. I would box the suffix ly in bitterly, just like the suffix ly in gingerly. But it depends if I have a top suffix ly yet. So both of those would be acceptable because bitterly would help me pronounce it with those 2 divisions. Or if I knew that it was a suffix, I would box my suffix ly. No problem. Someone says acceptable on the next slide. And I'm not even sure if this is going to, I don't care. Go ahead. Revert my changes. Let me go on to the next frame. Here we go. Someone says acceptable was difficult. Let's see how we did with those. When it comes, here we go. Except, oh, that's still the same one, isn't it? Let's try again. Here we go. Sequence. There are only 2 syllables though. So you got the first one. I'm going to take out the other one. The reason why that E is there is to make the C soft. So only 2 syllables, C and quence. Portrait, Miss. Go ahead.
We talked about how acceptable could be really tough for kids depending on their vocabulary, because we know the root word is accept, but they may just see the word table because that's so much more in their experience realm and not have enough experience with the foundational word accept to see that.
And Deborah, have we taught them that suffix able, like we had like blamable, extinguishable, acceptable. So able is our suffix.
Right. So that should be boxed, correct?
Exactly.
If we taught that, it would be in a box.
Yep. I would box my able as my suffix, and then I have ac and sept. Accept and acceptable. Exactly. I see lots of boxing of suffixes or people going back and doing that to identify, hopefully. Engage, good. I would underline my A consonant E. Boxing suffixes. Usable is, again, I have an ABLE, and my base word is use at USE. Now, if I didn't know that one yet, let's go back to just if I had it as a multisyllabic word. Oops, I can't erase that way. I have to erase this way. If I didn't know that that was a suffix, I could still recognize that I have, in that case, my syllable BLE, and I have a U and an A. I'm going to make it usable. Or if I recognize that it's BUs, I can box my suffix ABLE, and it becomes use. I remembered, and this is what we're going to talk about shortly, I had to drop the E to put my suffix ABLE. Tricky, isn't it? Language is hard. Servile, servant, same A consonant E, and suffix NESS. All right, tricky part. Let's see how we did on the next frame. Aqua is Latin. These are actually all Latin. Solar is Latin. This is a Latin base. I can see why you'd think French, because it is complex, and actually French is a, I cannot read and write in the same. There's not an E. I'm going to take that further. Latin. These are all Greek. Your cues here are the PH making f, and the vowel Y. Those are big clues there. And Anglo-Saxon, excellent. Someone said some of the Y's are underlined and some aren't. Let's take a look and see what you're talking about there. Let's go here. This is not going to be this misplay. I would do the AY as an underlined team. Let's find other vowel. I assume you mean Y's at the end. This is LY as my suffix. This is a suffix Y. Let's see other vowel Y's. The question that came in. I don't see any others on this page. Let's see here. Creamy, the ginger, LY suffix, Y suffix here. And LY suffix, LY suffix. So Bailey, does that answer your question? Sometimes Y is a vowel, sometimes it's a suffix. It depends on how it's used. And sometimes it's a vowel team. Like where was there an OY in the middle somewhere? Oh, flamboyant, OY, that gets together. But if I have, for example, let's to go here, hydraulic, hydrol, and then ick together. So here, anthropology, anthropology. Does that help? Misogynist. Misogynist. There we go. The vowels part of the suffix don't ever need to be underlined, they're only boxed, yes. But keep in mind, something we're going to be talking about in a moment when we talk about suffixes, that when I have an ly, suffix ly, which makes it into an adverb, like careful, carefully. We actually have those, but we don't have any on this page. But then we have suffix y, turns things into adjectives. So like sunny, it was a sunny day. Let me think of others off the top of my head. Smiley, or let's see if I know we had some of creamy, dreamy, etc. Those were some here suffix y's. So then the next question is, one of these starts with a vowel, one with a consonant. The question is suffix y is a vowel or a consonant. We'll be talking about that in just a moment. But one last thing to talk about, and that is the word origin sort that I tried sharing with you. So I'll clear those off. Let's do these together. We'll put in the chat box. What language origin do you think these come from? This is the E part in the poems, is the etymology. Where do these come from and why? Help our kids understand that CH makes different sounds coming from different languages, represents different sounds. Everyone's saying 2 is French. Yes. Number 1, Anglo-Saxon, yes. And number 3 is Greek. What gave it away on the Greek ones or any of them? You want to unmute and kind of talk that through? And what are some of the clues for you?
For me, for French, it was chef, quiche, chic, chivalry, and thinking about the Greek chorus and chlorophyll, chaos. I don't know, those were the words that jumped out at me that said, must be French, must be Greek.
There's some things that people have added into the chat box as well. And for me, it's especially chorus, because if you think about, I love someone said echo. The Greeks invented theater, and chorus was a Greek invention. All right, so we're going to shift gears. No, we didn't have a break. We did have a break. We didn't have a break. I'm seeing, thank you, Tina. We're going to take our break. And instead of having 1:45 to 2, we'll take 2 to 2:15. And so we'll just shift into our morphology after our break and talk about morphology and how that is affected by orthography. So I'm going to find our break slide and change the time to make sure that it is this a break slide? Yes, it is. Here we go. If you haven't signed in yet, please do so. I'm going to put the time up at the top. We will come back together at 2:15. So I'll pause the recording. We are a little behind. That's hilarious. So I'm going to grab this video and put it into the chat box for you. This is the video from which I learned the meaning, the reason why there was a W in the word to, learning all about onion. It's a fantastic video. So let me put it into the chat box for us all. I need to adjust that to everyone. If we have time, we'll come back to some of those videos, but I wanted to get us some opportunities to just jump in instead onto morphemes. So let's get into them. So first off, morphemes are, and things are going really slowly, they are the smallest units, here we go, of language that have meaning. So the engagement pieces, I was going to ask you, what's your current understanding? But in the interest of time, we're going to break this down. Morphos has to do with form or structure. Eme means a little piece of something. So if you think of phoneme, phone having to do with sound, eme being the littlest piece of. Grapheme, graph being the written form, eme again being that smallest piece. In this case, morpheme, the morph is the form or the structure. In this case, we're talking about language that has meaning. So morphos and eme here. So when I'm talking about morphemes, I'm talking about either free morphemes, those that can stand alone, or bound morphemes, those that can't. Now, some people like to use the term roots instead of bases. Some of us don't, because some of us interpret root as its origin. So if you think of the etymological origin of the word, when someone says to me, like my son said, Mom, that EAU and beauty, why? And I said, well, I bet it's French. And sure enough, we look it up and it is, of course, French. That's the root of the language. It comes from the Old French, quite possibly Latin through French. School has got a very complex etymology because it has the OO, which is kind of an Anglo-Saxon influence, but the CH making the K, which is a Greek influence. So you look at where and how and lots of different ways that words come into our language. So make a long story short, I chose the word base instead, although you don't want to call it a free base, you want to call it a bound base. So free morphemes are either prefixes, bases, or suffixes. Bound bases, and then the free ones are words that can stand alone. So going into those a little bit more, the free ones can be combined with other morphemes. They can be single syllable or they can be multisyllabic words. And you notice we talked a little bit earlier about the content words being those nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. Those are the ones that have contained meaning. The others are the grammatical glue that hold them together, hold words together. And those are a lot harder to define. I mean, have you tried helping your kids understand what the word the means, or an, or but, or nor? We can talk about how they're used much more easily than we can talk about what they mean. So they're a lot more difficult to define. Okay, so content words versus function words. I mentioned this a little bit, but I'm glad I have a slide because it gives us a little bit more. this is what I drew attention to earlier here. So the key piece here, notice when we have a content word and a function word and they're homophones, we add on a letter, another additional letter for the content word. In other words, we write with as few letters as we can, as many as we have to. Sometimes that have to is just to distinguish it from another word that sounds the same way. So I go in the house, I'm going to stay at the inn. I don't remember the FORE, but the two, and I really been meaning to add the other one, the TWO, to our to list as well. Let me get here. Another of the twos. We've got our homonyms or and or, buts, bees, we's, you get the idea. So this is why we have an IE rather than a Y and lie and die and tie and die, because they're stronger, they're content words. We need to have longer. They're not DY would be, LY, VY, with TY. They're just, we need more words, more letters for those because they're content words. On the other side, when we have bound morphemes, these are where it gets harder for our older kids. I think we're going to talk about chameleon prefixes, but in case we don't get into those ones change their letters depending on what follows it. So when Jill was saying, is it easier to say the apple versus the apple? We do that as well with our prefixes. Same thing with bases. When you say, for example, permission, permissible is sometimes written with an S and it's sometimes written with a T. Like he gives me a permit to do something. So MIS and MIT both have the same meaning. So as you get into the more complex Latin-based root words, these can get a little confusing. Our youngest kids are really focusing first on our inflections, our inflectional suffixes, and we'll go into a lot more onto all of these in a moment. But our inflections in English, when I say the common, those are not only just the common ones, those are the inflections, especially in the Old English words. So we had suffix Y. Actually, suffix Y is a derivation, but it's a very common derivation. Our SES, ED, ING, EN, ER, EST, those are our inflections. The big difference, and I don't care if my kids learn the word inflection or not, but the big difference for us to know is that these aren't changing the parts of speech. One girl, multiple girls, it's still a noun. I walk, he walks, it's still a verb. I walked, I was walking. Those are all still verbs. But if I say suffix Y, which we talked about it a bit ago, cream is a noun, creamy is an adjective. Careful is an adjective, carefully is an adverb. All of these change the part of speech. So if I say content is an adjective, contentment is a noun. So these all change the part of speech. So recognizing that these ones, inflections, are much easier for our kids. It just changes it a little bit, but it doesn't change it doesn't change how I use it, like those do. Okay, so let's get into, I'm going to start with the prefixes. Real quickly, let's see if you can come up with any of the top 10 common prefixes of all prefixed words. So let's put in any that you think are the most common in the top 10. I love how everyone says pre, sub, retie, untie. We use these with our littlest kids. Let's untie your shoes. Now let's retie your shoes. They prefix the preamble or the trying to think of in a book when we have that little thing that comes in the beginning. I'm totally blanking. Miss, dis, res. Oh yes. All right. So we've got lots of examples coming in there. Let's see how we did. I'm going to pull it up here. There's our re and our un. Notice a chameleon here. I do have a slide next on chameleon prefixes. We'll talk about them. Here's n or m to put into. Not meaning, non-meaning not. We have in meaning not, and we have in meaning in, like into, inside. Oh, uni, that's a great one, Mary Beth, but probably not all that common. And look how quickly they drop off. So if we just teach these top 4, what a huge percentage. 26, 30, 40, 51, 58% of prefix, with what really opening a lot of words for them, isn't it? Brief preface. That's right, Robin. Thank you for that. Sometimes you get just too much in your brain to remember it all, right? Awesome fun with the different examples you guys have gotten in there for us. Any surprises? Looking at this list. X. Exit example. Oh, you meant the over. That's surprising how often that is. I would agree. Overkill, I'd have to go back to my onelook.com and put over with an asterisk to see what comes up. I agree with that. The chameleons that I mentioned. Go ahead.
There's a lot of ways to say not.
Yes, isn't that interesting? That's how we negate. In fact, I did have a list of how the things that prefixes do, and negate is one of the most important ones. And interesting, wouldn't it be easier in our language if we just had one prefix that we used for them all? But it doesn't always work for pronunciation. I mean, when you say, okay, invite, it's not invite. We look at all these ins, and sometimes we invite people to think about, why is this? But we've already talked about the pronunciation. It's hard to say illegal, irresponsible, immature, imbalance. It's purely pronunciation. You're illegal, irresponsible, and your mouth is getting ready for the for b and p. The same thing with the com and the sub and the add. These are for the older kids as we start looking at the thanks, Jan, some more or overs, at the relationships between the words. The more I learn about this, the more I think, oh, doesn't that make sense? Look at that. Subtract, you put the number under the other one. That sub means under. So even for our young kids who are learning subtraction, help them recognize that sub means under. Like a submarine goes under the water. When I'm subtracting, I'm putting it under and taking it away. But even looking at these relationships looks interesting to me. Address goes toward. When you make an account to something, is to someone. Aggressive is forward movement. All these have to do with forward movement in one way or another. Isn't that interesting? Com having to do with collude, correct, commit. So a lot of interesting looking at relationships. Okay, that's harder. Most of us deal with small kids. Let's think about suffixes. Top 10 most common. I think I already gave them away when I said most of those inflections are pretty darn common, aren't they? ING, MENT, I can't remember if it's how common that is. Definitely some of those INGs, ER, EST. FUL is pretty clear and easy, but I'm not sure how common. Let's take a look. Oh, ableism. We talked about some of these, didn't we? Let's pull up the list. Let's see. ABLE, IBLE, number 7. MENT, not on there on the top 10, but clear. Same thing with FUL. We've got those inflections, SES, ED, ING. We start getting into some derivations with your LY. ER and OR, that's agentive, which means it's a person who does. So a farmer, a walker, a person or thing who does. Logi, that's in the Greek words. Once you get into those. Any surprises here? I think I'm kind of surprised that the AL and IAL and some of those are higher than Y. But Y is something that we use maybe more in our younger grades, in our Anglo-Saxon words, than in your, if you think of all the suffixed words, like when you get into the Latin and Greek-based words. All right, so we've given you a little bit of idea about common suffixes and prefixes. I sometimes do this whole group and sometimes small group, but with this group, we're going to do this whole group, and I'll give you some other things to practice later on. This isn't in the Jamboard anyway. So this was in an exercise that Louisa Moats put together in one of her books, probably Speech to Print. And I'm going to put a line here because we recognize that often is one morpheme, but it has 2 syllables, often. The reason why we say 4 or 5 is because some people pronounce the T and some do not. So for some, often is 5 phonemes, often is 4. I'm going to draw a line. The question is how many morphemes, how many syllables in each of these words. So we have 1 morpheme for alligator, even though someone said, wait a minute, didn't you just say OR is a suffix? Well, it is not someone or something that alligates. No, alligator is just one thing. So this is one thing you have to be careful of. Like, for example, when I'm teaching ER, this is not something that fings. It is a finger. The ER in that case is not a suffix. It's part of the word finger. So you can either start adding it in, or you can put it into the chat box. We don't have to worry about the syntax or meaning. I'll put an X through that piece because those ones aren't our area of focus today. We're looking at how many morphemes. If you want to do the phonemes, go for it, because that one might be easier for you. But the question is how many morphemes, how many morphemes, how many syllables? I'll put up the word finger as another example. Finger, 1 morpheme. Finger, 2 syllables. Liposuction. Let's think of how many. It is at least 2. Liposuction. Yes, the 4 syllables. Peckish. You guys have got them both. You all. I'll start trying to get guys out. I see some conflict on drum. Is it 1 or 2 morphemes? Drum. Only going to be 1. It's one thing. If I had drums, then it would be 2, because the S would be adding another morpheme. But as just 1 drum, 1 morpheme. Gives, you are correct, because give is my base word, and I have suffix S, don't I? Peckish, I have a suffix here. I'm going to pull out liposuction. I have lipo has to do with fat. Suck having to do with removal. And shuck, actually, I think it's ION as my suffix. And then SUCT or SUC, one of the two. I'd have to look and see. Exactly. So give yourselves a round of applause. We'll pull up the answers on the next one. And again, any surprises or thoughts on this one? All good. Let's start applying this. So one of the things I mentioned this morning was how words change when we add suffixes. Remember this when I looked at the adding a K to go from picnic to picnicing. I mean, picnic to picnicking. Without the K, it would be picnicing, panicing, colicking. So we needed to add that K in. When I say one more, it's because I've done this out of order. I'm going to have the other changes in a moment. But this one is the easier one that I've already made reference to. And I also talked about the F to V, like in thief to thieves, wolves, knives, selves, elves, things like that. So this is a red. I'm calling this an orthographic change because my word picnic, I'm changing the spelling of my base word picnic. I added the K before when I added my ing. Notice that came on. So I had to add a K in all of these when adding my suffix. Because my suffix starts with a vowel, and remember, it also starts with an EI or Y, and the C followed by an EI or Y would be S, not K. So let's get into some more complex changes. So I'm going to ask a volunteer to read for me the lists of words on the right, on the left-hand side under the blue. The right, not a problem. It's the left-hand side, the blue side. And just one at a time, I want you to read it And then tell me, how do you think those words changed, the base word, in the sounds when we added the suffix? I'll talk it through you on that part. I just want you to read it for us and give my voice a break. Volunteer?
I'll do it.
Thank you, Angie.
Sane. Somebody just going with the blue. Sane.
Will you start with the first one?
Oh, prefer. Sorry, I was going with the blue. Blue words. Prefer and preference.
Okay, Angie, did you feel how your mouth changed and what was how in the word prefer? Does it sound the same in the second one?
No.
What sounds different?
Because I've got the E sound, prefer, and I have the pre. So now I'm going to the E in my vowel sound, preference.
Yeah, you kind of swallowed this syllable, didn't you?
I did.
This one just kind of goes, whoop, kind of like differ and difference. It's still defer and or prefer, but that difference, it kind of slips away, doesn't it? So this is called syllabic regrouping, is because there's a syllable that's kind of slipping away. Will you go on to the next one, please, Angie?
Sane and sanity.
What do you notice that's different there?
Well, I'm changing my vowel because I'm dropping my E and now adding the ITY, which will make my vowel become a short vowel.
Exactly. I was sane and sanity here. Now I switched to purple because we did change the Y. That's actually I'm dropping the E. I'm sorry, I didn't change it. I dropped the E to add my suffix ITY. So the reason why I'm doing purple is because there is a sound change as well as a spelling change. Someone said it could be, yes, prefer, preference, prefer. Yeah, that's a hard one. Preference. Yes, Brady. All right. Angie, will you read the next one, please?
Electric. And then electricity. Now I'm overthinking it. Electric and electricity.
Mm-hmm. What's changed?
Electric. Well, I'm still saying the first part.
K to this.
Yeah, to this electricity. So the K at the end is changing to the soft C sound because of the I following it.
That's exactly what's changed there. All right, one last one. That's a consonant alteration.
Okay, let me see. It's a big word now. Philosophy and philosophical.
Exactly. Philosophy, that's a stress alternation, and philosophical. So I have a here versus a stressed here.
Wow.
So this is, again, for our second language learners, that can be very challenging. In our older kids, this is where we have to pay attention to. Younger kids, we're not really getting into those yet, right? Younger kids, we're going to pay attention to these changes. And these are something even my first graders find and clear all that off. Even our first graders have to pay attention to whether or not to double. Think about gladden or sunny. It was a sunny day. I've doubled the N. Your base word is sun. And there are two N's. Bigger. Your base word is big. We end up doubling that G. We drop E's or we change Y's to I's. Now, I want to be really, really, really clear on something. Even in my materials, you will find more words as I teach this more and more and more. Because I taught elementary, then middle, then high, I implore you, those of you who teach the youngest grades, please use as few words as possible. We double, we drop, or we change. I know kids who had learned the changing Y to I as I drop the Y and add an I, and frankly, I will tell you, they forget to do one of those pieces. Something drops along the way. So I say, no, we never drop Y's. We drop E's. We double consonants, we drop E's, we change Y's to I's. So double, drop, or change. And we're going to talk about the conditions under which we do that. But I'm going to do that by giving you a handout first. So I think in the interest of time, that'll be we'll go there. So let me get you the handouts and show you. I went to our gym, you know that thing called. Okay, handouts, ADA compliant handouts. Empathy and empathize. Empathy, we've changed the Y to I. Empathize, empathy, empathize. I don't think, yep. Oh, empathic. Yeah, that's another one. That's what I have to look at the root, empathic. But yes, they're the empathy versus empathic. Okay, so you'll notice in our handouts that there are, I am showing the handouts, right? And you can see the handouts. Okay. So you'll notice that the spelling rules, there's a Word version and there's a PDF version. The reason being is I want you to be able to change your Word version so you can download it and have a Word version where the PDF, you can't change it. I'm going to pull up the PDF because that's easier for you to see. But when I say change, well, one, you can make it shorter and easier for your kids. But also when I was teaching at Chartwell, I did these one at a time. So the floss, which we talked about earlier, I would give them a piece of paper that just had that. It was kind of centered. And they thought that's all they had to deal with right now. So I would give them that piece of paper just with that one, and we would give lots of time practicing with it and working with it. And that was not a good drawing. So let me clear that off for you. And we did just the floss rule for a long time. Then when we're ready to move on to the double rule, I asked them, come on, give me those piece of papers because we're going to pull it out and I'm going to give you a new one. And it had 1 and 2. And so that's all they see. We spend a lot of time working on that. Notice that one syllable word ending in one consonant, they have to understand the conditions. So they're looking at that word like big or sun, or here in this case, sin. If it's a one syllable word that ends in one consonant after one vowel, 1, 1, 1 is really crucial here. You're going to double that final consonant when adding a suffix that starts with a vowel. Then we spend a lot of time on that one. Then when they come back in, I said, okay, you know what? You're going to take that out. I'm going to give you a new piece of paper that has 1, 2, and 3. And then we work on number 3 a lot. And then we come back and we're going to look at 1, 2, 3, and 4, a new piece of paper. That's why I gave this to you in words. You can have 3 different pieces of paper for your kids, one with each one. So to keep in mind, though, one of the things I want you to look at for a moment, and I want you to answer the question, why do you think at Chartwell we spent a lot of time on 2 and 3 before we went to 4? I'm going to give you a moment to look at those and read those, and I'll actually try and bring it up a little bit for you. And think about, why would we spend a lot of time on 2 and 3 before going to 4? What do 2 and 3 have in common that changes when we get to number 4? Use the same base word. Actually, Jill, look, number 2, your base word is a 1, 1, 1 word. Number 3, your base word ends in a silent E.
But you use sin and pave, and then the next one, the examples are different words.
True.
I don't know.
True. Let's look at the descriptions, not the examples. And actually, Debbie, they don't really have to know what the root word means. They just have to look at the format, whether it's 1, 1, 1, or whether it's silent E, or whether it ends in a Y. Jill, tell me more. Vowels versus consonant. What do you mean?
That you're doing something with the vowels in the 2 and 3, but you're doing something in the consonants in the bottom one. Is that right?
Let's look at in 2 and 3. You've got your base word, like it's either 1, 1, 1 word or the silent A word. The next thing that we look at is your suffix. In 2 and 3, I only double or I only drop if my suffix starts with a vowel. Notice that in concept. Let me put another line here. A vowel suffix. A vowel suffix. So if I notice how I doubled with ing, I didn't with ful. I doubled with ing, I didn't with s. So if my suffix starts with a vowel, I double or I drop. With the Y, notice it doesn't matter anymore if my suffix starts with a vowel or a consonant. It only matters if my suffix starts with the letter I. And Jill, you've been with me before. Do you remember why, or anybody else?
Why what?
Why wouldn't I change my Y to I if my suffix starts with an I?
Because there can't be two I's in a row in English.
Exactly. Except in Hawaii, skiing, which is a Norse word, Caribbean, I think, and Hawaiian, taxiing, but it's really, very modern. So I'm going to, Angie, is it because you're moving to more than one syllable for the base word? Oh, there is an advanced doubling rule. I can do silent E drop rule. That doesn't matter at all how many syllables. It just matters whether or not there's a silent E. There is an advanced doubling rule that I really don't often get to with my kids because it's advanced. The advanced doubling rule is a multisyllabic, and it has to do with when there is an accent on the second syllable, which in a single syllable it's always is. These two, it doesn't matter if it's single syllable or not. What matters is whether or not it ends in a silent E or ends in a single Y versus a vowel Y. So I'm going to give you I'll show you how I taught those. So this was a handout that I gave them. I think, let's get into, here's the slide. Okay, so this is how I would teach it. I would do this multi-sensory. I have little cards that I could put into the pocket chart. I also could do it with on the board or with writing with paper. But this is where I'm going to practice both where the rule does and doesn't apply. So my first one, I'm going to show you where it does apply, and then we can talk about where it doesn't apply, and that will be in our practice. So let's start with the word big. And we're going to add on suffix ER, which is a vowel suffix or a consonant suffix. You can see two of you. There we go. We've got Jill again. It's a vowel suffix. So that means I need to look at my base word, big. It's a one-syllable word ending in one consonant after one short vowel. So I'm going to have to double my G when making my new word bigger. Now, if I had come with a 2 anywhere, I'd stop and just add my suffix. And I want to show my kids words where the rule does and doesn't apply. I'm going to give them, let's see if I do barn. I've got an R and an N. I have 2 consonants, so I just have to add on my suffix. If I had glad, or it has one word. If I had, I'm trying to think of some of my non-examples. But if you have a 2 or a 3, anything other than a 111, you don't have to worry about it. You just add your suffix on. But in this is a 111. Now we have to decide whether or not to double. You okay with that, Jill?
What about the word teacher?
That's not a single syllable word.
Oh, it's only single syllable ones.
Oh, no. Well, no, it does have multisyllabic. So for example, beginner. So begin ends in one consonant after one vowel, and the second syllable is accented. So that's where things get tricky. So in your word teach, and you added suffix ER, teach is a one-syllable word, and I have 2 consonants at the end, CH. All I have to do is add my suffix. TEAC.
Even though the CH is a digraph, it's one sound.
Doesn't matter how many sounds, it matters how many letters. So SH, CH, doesn't matter. It matters how many letters in this case. We'll give you some practices in a moment. Yes, exactly. A CK is a great example, Tina. I have a 2, all I have to do is add my suffix. If it's a one consonant, one syllable, one syllable, one short vowel, then I double. All right, silent E word. I have the word shade. And I'm going to add suffix Y. In this case, is suffix Y a vowel or a consonant? Suffix Y is a vowel. I'm doing the beam. Like sunny or shady or etc. So hence I need to drop my Y. Remember, we double, we drop, or we change. I drop my Y to make shady. We wouldn't have the EY, we just don't do that. All right, lastly, duty is a word that ends in a single Y. In this case, that Y is your vowel. It's not a vowel like a vowel Y like AY or EY or like monkey or play or toy. Vowel Y is all you have to do is add the suffix. But a consonant Y, I need to think about my suffix, whether or not it starts with an I. And in my consonant Y, because this doesn't start with an I, I'm going to have to add change my Y to I to make it beautiful. Oh, see, okay, I see some furrow brows. Remember, instead of adding, we're changing. So we double, we drop, and we change. And I don't like to make a stick first. Double, drop, change. Clear, the clearest one we can do. Yes, exactly, Tina. I love how Tina's getting lots of examples for us, and those are helping out. All right, so let's practice these together. And then I'll give you, I could either, we could practice them together and talk about them together, or we can do it in small groups. And I'm going to take a look and see what I skipped in the meantime. Oh, I see. Before we go to this, I want to show you I think it's this one. Yes, this would be the handout I would put, actually, this is what I would put on my wall after we had practiced and learned it. So, and then we'll go into the practice time. Yes, we do not keep the Y. Thank you, Carmonda. Okay, so remember when I said the multisyllabic words, Jill? That's why I have the accent hill here for beginning or beginner. That's why I'm doubling the N at the end of those. Or controlling, I have the double L. My base word ends in a vowel, one consonant, and it's accented. I'm adding a vowel suffix. I double the N. Base word ends in a silent E. I'm adding a vowel suffix. I drop. Base word ends in a consonant Y plus a non-I suffix. All I do is add on the suffix. A consonant Y here. With a non-I suffix, I change. So I actually should switch these, because you change with a non-I suffix, you don't change with an I suffix. Versus a base word plus vowel Y, any suffix you just added on. Okay, ready to practice? I've had a couple of votes. I can't think I can. Nope, no one voted. We'll stick together then. It's a little bit easier, and then we'll do a pause to reflect where you can talk about it. Okay, so you can put these into the chat box, but I really would like people to unmute so we can talk through the process. Which rule are we talking about, and what do we do and why? So basically, what do we do and why? You can either talk to me and I'll write it in, or you can write it in and talk it through.
One is the double rule.
Because of the short vowel.
So are you doubling or not doubling that N in spin?
Yes.
You are.
Otherwise, it would be spining.
Yes, exactly. And this is why I love, after teaching those two rules, I told my kids, now go home and ask your parents why hopping has 2 P's and hoping has 1. My kids know. Just like whichever one of you said, that would be spining without it. So I've got a 1-syllable word ending in 1 consonant after 1 vowel. So it's a 1, 1, 1, and I'm adding a vowel suffix. So I double. All right, so Jill, you're unmuted. Would you like to do the next one?
Rarely.
Jill, I meant Wendy. My apology. Jill, you did number 1, didn't you?
So you dropped the E.
Okay, so you have a silent E and you drop the E. Are you sure about that? Let's go back to
Doesn't seem like
Isn't it just add?
it is. Yeah. All right.
my drop. I look at my suffix. Does it begin with a vowel?
No, it does not. So therefore, it does not. You are correct.
All you have to do is add it on. Exactly. So notice how we stop and think. Let's get everyone there, right? Rarely. All we have to do is add it on because my suffix begins with a consonant. All right, number 3. Who's trying that one?
I will.
Change the Y, right?
Yeah, change the Y to I and then add NESS.
Why?
That's the change rule.
Because the suffix does not start in a vowel, with a vowel.
Remember, change doesn't matter if it's a
It
vowel.
doesn't start with an I.
Doesn't start with an I. If I had, for example, sticky ing, then I would leave it. Let's look at one where I have, so notice too, I have a consonant before the Y.
Ness is the non-I suffix.
And I have a consonant before the Y.
Yep.
Let's
Is
look at number
Y a
7.
vowel on that word?
Yes, yes, it is. Let's look at number 5 where I have a vowel before the Y. What do I do here? Notice how I change the Y here. Am I going to change the Y here?
The OY are a vowel together.
You're right. So I don't change it. All I have to do is add it on. All right. Who's doing this one? Number 4.
Don't double the N, just keep it burned with adding the ED.
And why don't I double? Tina, I love how you've added which rule I am not applying.
Sorry, because it is, let's see, it is more than one syllable word is the word burned.
Try again. It is one syllable.
You were not doubling it though, because
Right.
There are 2 consonants after the
There we
vowel.
go.
There we go.
It's a 1, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 1, or whatever. There's a 2 in there somewhere. So all you have to do is excellent job. All right, number 6. We have a silent E. So the question is to drop or not to drop?
Drop because you're following it by another vowel.
Yes. Just like up here, we didn't drop in number 2 because our suffix started with a consonant. But let's look at number 8. What are we doing there? It looks just like 6, right? We have a silent E and we have ABLE. Tristan, are you saying we drop that E for 8? Armando does. All right, let's try it. A lot of people are saying let's drop the E. Let's try it. Let's see who's unmuted. Jan, can you pronounce that for us?
The trouble would be you've removed the vowel that would make it the J sound.
You've got it, exactly. So how do I need to fix that, Jan?
This way you would pronounce it managable.
You have exactly got it. So sometimes we have to keep that E because otherwise, again, our whole point of this is word identification. And with this case, manageable isn't a word, but manageable is. So I need to keep that E because of the ABLE. All right, horrifying. Who wants to do that?
Okay, I will. Drop the Y and ING.
We either double drop or change, Michelle. So do you want to try that again?
HORRIFING.
Like this?
No.
No,
you drop.
You don't drop anything.
You keep the Y and ING.
Because?
There's not 2 vowels in together.
Not 2 I's in particular.
Yes.
Remember that we don't have 2 I's next to each other, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, fretful. Do we double or not double that T?
No.
I'm saying no. How about if I said fretting? Would I double a T?
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh.
So remember, we double if our suffix begins with a vowel. Go ahead.
Opposite.
But that's you typed it reverse.
The opposite.
See, that's what happens when you're typing and talking at the same time. I said it right, but okay. Frets full and frets. There we go. We'll get it right, right? Thank you for the teamwork, everyone. All right. provider. What am I doing? I think I see Angie said, I drop my E. And I add my suffix ER. Now, some kids will just say, you just add a suffix R, and say, there is not a suffix R. Suffix ED, suffix ER. You can drop the original E from the base word before adding the suffix. Michelle, we're getting some background noise, so unless you want to contribute, I'm going to mute you. Sorry. Okay. Glorify to glorification. How are we doing that? I'm seeing a lot of, I saw a change the Y. Remember, we drop E's, we change Y's. Change the Y to I. Notice how we had glory became glorify, and then we came glorification. Look at all those changes we did.
Again, is that because the Y in the word glorify is a vowel? Is that why?
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, if it were enjoy, because I have an OY, oi, then I'm just going to add my suffix on, it doesn't matter. But if the Y is acting as the vowel, then it's going to change or not change. Yes. Number 12, examination. What's my question? Double, drop, or change? I'm seeing dropping the E in the chat box.
Drop.
All right, now how about number 13? What's that word and how do I spell it?
It's scarred.
Okay.
So you would double the R. Otherwise, you get scared.
Exactly. See, you're all a great group. That one is one that tricks a lot of people. S-C-A-R-E. We drop the E to make scared. With scarred, we doubled the R to make scarred. There's a difference between scared and scarred. All right, requirement. What's my question? To double, to drop. We don't drop because our suffix begins with a
consonant. You just add it.
Yes, and signification is the same thing as glorification. We did that one. And lastly, sprightly. What are we doing? What's the question? Double, drop, change. It is
The same, like rarely, number 2.
Exactly. It's the question is double drop, is to drop because it has a silent E. If I said sprited, which isn't a word, but spriting, we have to think if it starts with a vowel. All right, you all get the idea. But it takes a lot of practice for our kids. So I'm going to clear off our drawings.
Practice for us.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to kind of practice to talk about this. And then we're going to get into our last section. We'll be talking about vocabulary knowledge and a last opportunity, understanding speech and understanding print. Okay. So second to last breakouts, I'll make it small, but I'm going to give you an opportunity just to reflect upon that and pause. You all have been fantastically helpful as well. Okay. So I'll leave this for us. We can come back to this. This is in the Jamboard. I noticed that people actually, but no one's on the practice. I felt like you feel like, okay, we're good on that. So we can look at this one together. But let's hear from some of your discussion. What did you talk about? Is this something that's comfortable for you? Is it something that you hadn't thought about? Is it something that your programs do and do well? What were some of the conversations?
I know for me, one of the things that really jumped out was that sometimes I wouldn't know the reason why immediately, but I just looking at it, it looked wrong. And so then really recognizing that sometimes that depending on how you are as a reader, some things have become so automatic, you may not question it. But it's not like that for all of us. So understanding that disequilibrium, that time of this feels uncomfortable, I'm frustrated, I don't know the reason why kind of thing. Is it any wonder then that some of our kids act out? And really, I think I shared in our group that I feel like sometimes it's really important to be in this kind of learning environment where you might feel like you're in over your head. because we have to be reminded sometimes of what some of our kids face every day. And if you're looking at learning differently to second language, but lots of reasons why we're not ready or all present in that space. And I think sometimes kids get labeled inappropriately or mislabeled because we don't truly, I think we've got to know our kids first. And once we have those relationships, we may be more willing to understand what's really going on there.
Thank you. I definitely agree with that and appreciate that. I think it's challenging. How about another group?
We talked about how there's a lot of different things to look at as far as, you know, realizing or looking at the last letter of the root word and the first letter of the
suffix.
And then also looking at the pronunciation of what that word is when you double the consonant, and you know, is that still the same word? So, and then we talked about how we were glad that you gave us the the most common prefixes and suffixes, so we know how to, you know, spend our time teaching. And then we just talked about different resources that have been helpful with the reading and spelling and all that.
You accomplished a lot in your small amount of time, Tina.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. This I just put in, but we can talk about this together and think about what are the kinds of changes that you saw occurring. We don't have a purple here, but I'll make it, let's make it green instead for both. Someone said an anchor chart with the rule to help us refer throughout the year. Definitely, yes. That's why I would have just the poster on the wall, and it would help just remind us when.
Our group talked about how we, as readers and spellers already kind of have the luxury of just saying we know it's wrong because it looks wrong. And our students, especially if we work with younger students, don't have that luxury, because like there was a couple examples when we were practicing together where I just wanted to say, it's just wrong. And I know that, I mean, that's not a reason, but you know, so we kind of have a different perspective because we know how to read the root words already. And so that really adds, you know, it's something we have that our students won't have. So to kind of keep that in mind,
we have to think back to unlearn. And I will say it benefits our students to know the reason why. I mean, look at the changes that have been happening in math instruction, and we really talk about the why behind it. It's the same thing with reading instruction. If you know why, Jill's going ahead with us. She's like, wide and width, yes. But understanding the reason being why we make these changes, why that happens, instead of just saying, well, that's just the way it is. I want my kids to be curious about language. And because if you know the why, then you can apply that same pattern to other words that fit the pattern, and we'll follow the same path. Yes, thank you, Deborah. We did differ and difference. That's more of phonological, isn't it? That one was one. Question with sun and sunny. Athlete, athletic. Athlete, athletic. I actually would make that purple because we also dropped the E, didn't we, to add the IC. So because we don't have a purple, I'll make it green on that one. Because we dropped the E just like we did here. And yet the sound athlete from long E to athletic here. Most people skip sun and sunny. But your base word sun you have doubled the N, didn't we? So remember that one. I'm going to make that red for orthographic. Personal, personality. What's changed? Personal, personality. Did I change the spelling of my base word? No, so it's not gonna be red or green. The question is, it's blue, isn't it? Personal, personality. Notice the change in the L. Personal, personality. Propel, propeller. What have we done? There's a doubling example, isn't it? Propel, propeller. That one should be just a red, isn't it? I've doubled the L because remember we have that accent on the second syllable. I have one consonant after one vowel, accents on the second syllable, so I doubled the L. Combine, combination. That one would be the double. This one, I drop the E and combine, okay, combination. Some things are coming into chat. Thank you, Wendy. All right, we have idiot and idiotic. Have I changed the base words form? ID, IoT, ID, IoT. I haven't doubled, I haven't dropped, I haven't changed. That one would be a blue only, isn't it? Idiot, idiotic. Usual, usually, no change at all, is it? I didn't double my L. Now, some people will say, oh, you have double your L. No, I didn't. I added the suffix ly because this suffix tells me how. It's not suffix y, which is an adjective. But then I have extend, extension. I'm changing. That's a really weird one, going from the D to the S here. And that's what I'm doing is I'm changing this is a chameleon root, going the END and the ENS. So that's a complicated one. Our language is very complex, isn't it? This is why, I mean, especially in English, we say teaching reading is rocket science. Okay, so I've mentioned vocabulary knowledge a lot. I'm just going to touch into a little bit in our last few minutes together. And hopefully we're changing. There we go. Because remember our triangle where we had orthography, phonology, and semantics. The semantics piece is influenced by my understanding of the morphemes in the word. So remember when I had liposuction, I knew that lipo had to do with fat, TION made it a noun, and suck had to do with removing things. So understanding the morphemes helps me understand the meaning of the word. Semantics is these are elements of. The semantic category would be if you understand the relationship of that word to other words. So if, for example, if I say maple and palm and conifers, and I'm looking at my words, those are all kinds of trees. So the semantic category would be trees. But under trees fit under the semantic category of plants, which fits under the semantic category of living things. So I can break things down and group them together by understanding their semantic category. Syntactic category would be whether it's being used as a noun, a verb, an adjective, and an adverb. The connotation is how it feels. So I can think about the difference between if someone calls you skinny versus if you call you thin. Or my daughter the other day, I said, well, he was very portly. Well, what does that mean? Well, it's a nicer way of saying fat, I think. or if we say rotund, I mean, we have all these different ways and these words have different feelings to them. Maybe some of them feel kinder than the others, and yet they all really mean the same thing. So that's what we mean by the connotations. And of course, our kids really, really struggle with the figurative use as well. Okay, before this, you mean, how do I pronounce? Oh, like the store Hagen? It's either Hagen or Hagen. I don't know. It depends on what the language. I would pronounce it hag, but that's awfully weird to say. Okay. So when we get into that vocabulary knowledge and a couple other pieces I just want to add when it comes to vocabulary, though, is background knowledge is so crucial, and how we help activate, build, and connect our background knowledge for our kids, because it's really crucial to make sure that they understand what they're reading and how can I help make sure that they're making those connections. So this is what actually comes from the Comprehension Blueprint by Nancy Hennessy, the ABCs of background knowledge. What do we do to activate and assess it? How do we build it? How do we connect it? And you can see some of the things happen in multiple places, like an anticipation guide or charts and webs. And if you think about virtual field trips and images, infographics are great ways to doing some of that as well. All right, so a couple of last things before we close out for our day. This, I think, was really appreciative, again, in understanding speech to understand print. This is where we start bridging from the individual words to the phrases, the sentences, the units that are larger. Written language is almost always more complex than oral language. It has different words and instructions like passive voice. All these things you just don't hear in conversation. If kids are going to understand that syntax, that vocabulary in their independent reading, they need to get used to it through listening to written text read aloud to them. So remember what I said earlier this morning, that just seeing words and hearing them is not going to help me automatically read them myself. However, the more deep conversations I can have about what words mean and what sentences mean before I encounter it myself with my eyes, I'm going to be so much stronger of a reader. So this is one of the reasons why so the reading aloud has a place, not for my word recognition, but for my language comprehension development. And so that's a good big piece I want to leave with is, yes, I need my word recognition, but I need my vocabulary, my background knowledge, my syntax understanding, all of those other pieces that I can get through my ears as well as through my eyes. So a few last recommendations. These come from, I have it in my notes. It's a Spellphabet. Come on. It's been a long day, been a long week. I drove on Sunday to Spokane and I came home yesterday. 5 hours. Come on, Ellie. Allison Clark. I said Spellphabet. This is from Allison Clark. I started showing some of her videos earlier. And so I'm going to put this resource in the chat box for us. And just a few pieces on, whoops, was that the whole thing? That is not what I meant to grab, I thought. Let me try that again. I don't know which one that one was and why it was in my chat. There we go. So a few things from Allison Clark. This is really looking at syllabification. Is that it takes time. It adds cognitive load. Let's keep teaching about syllable types to a minimum, but the syllable use and division is what we can be using. So remember what I said earlier about functional use. Understanding syllable types is helpful. Using them is what matters. Number 2 here, when they aren't managing multisyllabic words after general instruction, they need to be taught vowel flexing and or about syllable types. So there is a time and place for it. Let's group the words in ways that makes those patterns and regularities clear. Haven't we heard that all day? It's all about patterns. And help the children practice the vowel flexing. Is it going to be or I? Or what's the vowel going to be saying? A, or And then while we can be very knowledgeable about syllables, it doesn't mean that it all needs to be taught to our kids. So I was going to do one more breakout room. We have only 3 minutes left. So I'm going to give you a moment just to take some time to yourself, some of your concepts that you want to remember. Instead of going into a group and sorting these into clusters, I'm just going to give you a moment to go into the Jamboard. We have a frame here for a jot thoughts at the end for you to just write down what is a foundational concept that you want to remember. And we'll give a moment to share out and read what others have written as well. So let's take a moment to put something into the Jamboard. If you can't get in because there are too many people, you can put it into the chat and I'll transfer it for you. Alternatively, if you'd like, you can write one thing that you've learned or that was confirmed throughout the day. And I will take a look at those and share out. I'll pause and transfer things from the chat box. Yes, definitely. Practice. Give me a moment. I will say a couple people are talking about patterns. I have learned that I have to be careful when I use the word patterns because there are non-decodable books are often written in linguistic patterns of, for example, dad is walking, dad is sleeping, dad is whatever. And they call that a pattern. I'm calling patterns orthographic patterns like IGH or TCH, one of those. Whoever wrote that speedy does not equal fluent. Tell us more. Oops. Oopsie doodle, that one got really big. Not quite sure how that happened. Knowing verbalize to internalize, but like it's all just kind of working around
You can
together.
try just pushing the back button.
Did I do it?
I don't know.
That is fascinating. I've never seen that happen before. I don't know what to do about that. That's hilarious. Yes, reading does not always mean comprehension. Comprehension's our goal, but there might be a lot of struggle to get there on that. Thank you all for including those. I think it's important to have some kind of, I'll move that off for us. There we go. Some kind of writing when and reflecting upon the end so that we are bringing this all together and summarizing. As you add in your last few thoughts, I do want to thank you for growing with us, because as we know, when we know better, we do better, and include for you my contact information as well as Rebecca's. And I'll put, I think you all have the resources we've been using. This is from Rebecca and I present a lot together. We presented at WASA together on Monday. So yes, I will put the resources link back in for anybody who needs that again. Copy link address. Little by little, everyone, right? Step by step. Let's not overwhelm them. Let's keep up the joy. And I thank you for a great session together. Keep up the learning. And we still have, like we said, those Glean courses are available until next June. And I will be having more of my classes starting in August. So July, we're all taking off now. There is not an exit ticket, Tammy. After about a week or two, you will get a notification about clock hours after my secretary or support person or whatever term we want to use, after Diana puts them into the attendance and adds it all in. So she's looking, make sure you have it, put yourself on our attendance link. She has access to that spreadsheet. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon.